That was like the most elaborate intro I've ever seen for Sega. They keep it so simple these days.
私は遥か、お前じゃない。
やっちまった。東方商会の大幹部を。
You gotta love the old sound effects. Reminds me a bit of Tenchu.
Aniki.
ああ。
すみません、本当。こんな取り立てに出張ってもらうなんて。
気にするなって言ったろ、シンジ。
はい。
I mean, I think it's funny because, you know, they did remake Yakuza 1 to be Yakuza Kiwami, but the face they used for Kiryu kind of just looks like a bit of an older version of his face from Yakuza 0, which makes sense, but at the same time, his face in Yakuza 0 already makes him, like, look super badass. While if you look at this, the original Yakuza, Kiryu actually looks pretty young, at least in 1995. So it is a little bizarre. I feel like it's a similar situation to the Uncharted HD collection, where for some reason they used Nathan Drake's face from Uncharted 2 for Uncharted 1, so he actually looks much older than he really needs to be in Uncharted 1. Amazing how borrowing textures just changes the whole feel of things. Like when Kiryu turned around and looked at the two cops that were about to arrest him, like you can see like there's a lot of regret in his face. But if I remember correctly, in the Kiwami remake, it's just Kiryu with his resting dragon face. Right, so the original Yakuza doesn't have much voice acting for a lot of the voice lines. Hoo boy. Okay, so the families gave up dealing with them and asked us to collect the debt for them. I see. So how much are we collecting? Yeah, I can't voice Kiryu. It almost seems like blasphemy for me to do that. Oh no. So it's a little tricky to do a playthrough of this game if you really don't feel like voicing a lot of the characters. Okay. It's agreed upon that we get half of the money, 100 million profit. Quite a business opportunity. Okay, let's roll. And in a similar vein to Resident Evil, the camera for the open world is fixed. Piece finance rather than financing. They're all about illegal money lending, of course. Since they're involved in that sort of thing, I'm sure they'll have a bad attitude. Probably have to get a little violent, won't we? They'll definitely put up a fight. But since you're here, I ain't too worried about that. Remember, don't get too crazy. They're the ones who are up to some bad stuff here. So it's alright. Besides, I heard they cause a lot of grief for more respectable people than us. Let's go, Aniki. I mean, he says, you know, thanks, Kiryu, for helping out with the money collecting, but I feel like Kiryu does most of the work. I don't think Shinji actually gets into a fight here. We're here, Aniki. Their office is on the 5th floor of this building. Okay, let's do this. But I am glad, though, even after all these years, most of the controls have been ported over to, like, the newer games, just with more options. Like, you still hold R1 to lock onto enemies, I believe. L1 to block.
夜遅くに悪いな。堂島組の桐生だ。
いや、まさか桐生さんが直々に。
要件は昨日、うちの若いのが伝えたはずだ。明日まで待ってください。お願いします。 夜逃げの準備しながら言われても説得力がねえな。それにできねえ約束はするもんじゃねえ。
すみません。でもそこをなんとか。
おい、いい加減にしろよ。
殺すんですか？
何？
堂島組っていや回収や殺しばかりやってるところじゃないですか。金払わねえやつは見せしめにされる。みんなそう言いますよ。
なあ、そんなの金払わねえ奴らがあることないこと言ってるだけで。うわっ
金は払えないって言ってんだ。ならやるしかねえだろうがよ。
They even gave him his own insignia. Yeah, see? Square, square, square. It's like... Yep. Holding R2 locks onto enemies. not it. Huge telegraph. I mean, that was one really cool detail in Yakuza 0. Like, if you're already used to the way that Kiryu controls in the previous games, like, he is noticeably slower in Yakuza 0. Like, his default brawler style. Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean, the controls are, like... I haven't played Yakuza 0 in a while, but this is like riding a bicycle at this point. I don't think there's any heat moves for objects, at least not yet. Maybe it'll be like an upgrade. Yeah, Shinji's just standing there watching this happen.
すみません。もう勘弁してください。
兄貴、回収しました。
約束の額だ。悪く思うな。
Thanks again, Anagi. Well, you can start your own family now, Anagi. Kazuma-san was saying that you're just the guy he can trust to run a family. It's not set in stone yet, so don't get your hopes up. Yeah, by the way, aren't you supposed to meet Nishiki-san at Serena later on? I think you can only get in through the back today. Walk down the alley of... walk down the alley off Tenkaichi Street, then go up the stairs in the back, up to the second floor. I knew. I'll stay here a while, keep watch in case there are any cops. I'll deliver the 100 million to the client by myself. Did you really have to say it out loud? It's like you're asking for people to chase you down. It's like, oh, I'm gonna deliver this 100 million yen. Hope nobody stops me. Good game alert. Yeah, I've never actually finished the original Yakuza, But what's funny is if you were to play Yakuza 0 and then immediately go to like Yakuza Kiwami, like it would feel a little odd because Yakuza 0 takes a lot of inspiration from Yakuza 1, so a lot of the set pieces kind of like line up. What is neat with this game is that you could really just see how like Sega was still like trying to hedge their bets on what they want to do with the series. Like just the combat itself is very simple, but there's like some weight and punch to it. I can only imagine how ridiculous Kiryu is going to be when I start putting some upgrades into this dude. Because the heat moves get really elaborate later on in the series, to the point where it's just... Oh, there's Majima. There's the best character in this series.
お久しぶりです。真島の兄さん。
よせよせ。
I still can't believe they got Mark Hamill to voice him in the English dub. Yeah, this is the OG one.
お前の馴染みがいるっちゅうのはえらいええ女らしいの。みんな言うとるで。一度あんな女こましてみたいってね。それよりこのアホどないしようか。すんません。まさか桐生さんとは。
いや。いいんだ。
甘いな、キリュウちゃん。甘々や。けじめはしっかりつけんと。まだまだ行くで。
まだまだ。You only beat Kiwami? So a big change that Kiwami had that wasn't in the original was Majima never followed you around in the original, so you didn't have to like grind his encounters just to unlock more moves. I know a lot of people got annoyed when they started like shoving Majima into like every aspect of Yakuza after 0. Like I get it, he's a really fun character, but I think Kiwami took it a little too far because they have like an entire skill tree locked to that guy. So you purposely need to keep encountering him, so... Because I think the next... I could be wrong here, it's been a while, but I think the next time you encounter Majima, at least in a proper fight, is the batting cage in the original, while in this, you just... at least in... I can't even talk today. In Kiwami, you encounter him like every half an hour. Like, probably. Depends if you just keep on looking for him. Funny thing about that cutscene, the first time I saw it, I thought, like, the game got censored because it was a little weird seeing Majima with an umbrella and not his baseball bat. I'm like, huh, that's odd. But no, I guess he really did have an umbrella for that cutscene.
だから今日は貸し切り。
レイナ、ユミは
今買い出し行ってるの。どうせまた腹減ったとか言い出すんでしょ。
違いね。どうなんだ、桐生組の立ち上げは。
Right, so I'm playing with an emulator, but I'm running the Yakuza Restored mod that somebody made. Like, they took the original Japanese version of Yakuza and they were able to put in the English translation for the subtitles. Like, I have no idea how long that took, but this is pretty much like a labor of love. I own the PlayStation 3 version of it, but it's only in Japanese. But it includes part 1 and 2 in like one disc, so that's cool. I actually got it at a convention. And someone actually made a website dedicated to helping people play Yakuza 1 and 2 in Japanese. So, if anything, after I beat this one, I'll just pop in the PlayStation 3 and play Yakuza 2 with the website pulled up.
ちょっと、もう酔ってるの？
私も入れなさい。
どうぞご遠慮なく。
I mean, it's crazy just how dedicated the Yakuza fan base can be with a lot of the games, because, I mean, back then it was like really niche. It wasn't until Zero when things really kicked into high gear for the series. Which is funny because people assumed that Yakuza 5 was going to be the last game in the series, but yeah, they came back with a prequel in the form of Zero, and just the series exploded, and that's when they started like doing other stuff. They did Judgment, you know, Like a Dragon, which technically is a Yakuza sequel, but they want to treat it like a spin-off. It's weird. Like, Judgment clearly is in the Yakuza universe. In fact, I think you actually run into a few of the Tojo clan or other families in the Yakuza universe, but I don't think Kiryu shows up in Judgment. Nishikiyama-kun already left. He was pretty fired up, saying, "I won't fall behind Kazuma." Okay, what time is it? Nanji desu ka? It's almost 4 a.m. Don't you need to go to Kazuma-san's place soon? Oh, yeah. I gotta run. What are you gonna do? After I finish setting up the bar, probably go out for a cup of coffee or something. By the way, where's Yumi? She went to her place. When she's done shopping, she's gonna come back here and watch the bar for me. Alright. I'll be back later tonight. Okay. See you later. So, I watched this one, video on YouTube. What's it called? Izuyama? There's a type of bar in Japan that you can go to where it's open from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. And what's special about those types of bars is the hostesses actually drink with you, but it's not a hostess club. It's just that it's like a bar, but a lot more, you know, fancy. And I, for the life of me, cannot remember the name of the type of bar. It's like... yeah, name escapes me. I'm not really much into bar hopping. But I just thought it was interesting just to see more of the nightlife. Because... oh. Tamura, what are you doing here? Actually, I want to introduce you to someone, Kiryu-san. My name's Aoki. This guy's a junior reporter for a magazine I sell information to. Magazine. Yeah, it's called Spa. You read it before? They pay pretty well for the information I gather for them. One time they asked me who the wildest guy in town was. I told them about you, sir. Don't go telling people weird stuff. Alright, I understand. Well, until next time. Yeah, see you later. So originally I did want to play RoboCop for this game night, but the original plan was to go for like the worst ending in the game, and then I just stopped and thought, like, why would I do that? like I'm pretty happy with the way that the game ended. Why would I purposely give RoboCop the worst ending in the game? So I just stopped myself there. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't need any excuse to replay RoboCop, but why go for the bad ending if it's just gonna make you more irritated than anything else? It's like playing Silent Hill 2 and purposely going for the water ending. So I didn't know this, but apparently you can only get the good ending on your first playthrough of Silent Hill 3. I mean, that's what I saw anyway. Like, you could only get the bad ending on, like, a second playthrough. Which I thought was a little odd. But I guess too many people complain about Silent Hill 2's endings being a little obtuse, so I guess with 3 they made it more streamlined. It's crazy. It's crazy to see the exact same town in Yakuza just have like a fixed camera. Just like I recognize the locations, but I can't move the camera. Oh. Oh, yeah, bun.
Oh, 来たか。失礼します。ああ、ご苦労さん。
Shintaro Kazama. It's like the OG Metal Gear Solid 3 with fixed angles. Yeah.
お納めください。
おう。
Which is funny because the first time I played Metal Gear Solid 3 it was Subsistence.
また無茶したんじゃないだろうな。いえ。カズマ。
And honestly, that was like the best way to experience MGS3.
もともと暴れたいってやつらの集まりなんだからな。
桐生なら大丈夫ですよ。分別のある男です。
Because like trying to hunt the end with the fixed camera angles must have been like a major pain in the ass. Like you're constantly gonna have to go into first person just to see where the parrot was. Yeah, imagine fighting the end, yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. It's like, yeah, I'm good. Like, the fixed camera angles aren't too bad for like indoor environments, but out in the open, out in the jungle, please no. And this is coming from somebody who loves Resident Evil. Like, even I know that fixed camera angles have their limits. Like, Resident Evil 4 would not be able to work with fixed camera angles.
ひまわりには顔出してるのか。いえ、最近は錦も弓も行ってないみたいです。たまには行ってやれ。あそこの孤児院はお前たちのふるさとみたいなもんだ。ええ。おう。
I did hear that the recent Yakuza game, the man who lost... I can't even remember the title. I just saw it on Steam, but there's like a Yakuza spin-off with Kiryu. And, I've been told that it's basically like a giant fan service for the people who've played all of the games. So, you know, if there's any good time to go back and just play all of the games in order, it'd be now, because they literally have a spin-off that, you know, rewards you for doing so. I mean, it's kind of like watching Endgame and not watching all the Marvel movies at that point. You'll still enjoy it, but you'll miss out on a lot of neat details that they put in. And honestly, I think that's like the best way to, you know, just put a cap on things, because with the way that Marvel's going, yeah, it's like a zombie just dragging its feet. You really don't want to see it. I mean, after Endgame, just watch the Spider-Man movies and you're pretty much good, you know?
親さん、ユミと錦は兄弟なんです。俺の。だから、今俺が行かねえと。カズマ!
What I do like with Kiwami is that they actually gave Kiryu more time to explore Kamurocho before this night happens. Like, they actually give you a mission where you get the ring for Yumi. While here, like, we're already going to the building where Kiryu takes the blame for the shooting. Spoilers. This game's like 2005, so yeah. We know that Kiryu gets put away for a long time for a crime he didn't do. Poor guy. So what's interesting is the PlayStation 3 remaster of this game, they do like refine the mechanics to make it more smooth. Like fighting on the PS3 version is not as clunky as this one. And for the Majima fight specifically, they actually got the baseballs to actually fire in the field while you guys are fighting. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they did that in Kiwami, but the PlayStation 3 version is where they first did that. Oh, is that the guy? Oh my gosh. Guy's just walking around town with a golf club. This guy's completely lost it. And I think that's like the funniest thing in Yakuza. It's like, okay, you get beat up by Kiryu once, and that should already be like enough. Like, I'm not gonna mess with him anymore. Like, but as you know, it's canon that Kiryu has never killed anyone. Oh. He was already down. Wasn't there a guy who watched the Breaking Bad finale and gave it a bad review because he didn't watch the series? I think there was, but I don't think he was like the only one. A lot of people do that. They just want to get in on it. And I'm like, I think that's even worse before, because back then spoilers weren't as lethal as they are today, where you just go on YouTube and instantly get spoiled by a thumbnail. Like back then, especially when Breaking Bad was airing, like yeah, we had YouTube and whatnot, but like the spoiler culture wasn't as like fast. Like there was some semblance of like restraint with people. And even then, it's like, if you weren't already interested in Breaking Bad, like, you're probably not too concerned with spoilers anyway. It's the people who are already in the middle of, like, watching it who are worried. It's like, they don't want to, like, tune in. They don't want to pop in on Twitter or whatever, and just... their eyes will gloss over a spoiler. Which brings into question, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake 2. It's like, as everybody knows, Aeris dies pretty early in FF7. You know, such a iconic death. It actually happens pretty early in the game. Like, you don't spend that much time with Aeris. Like, I was shocked. I thought she would die, like, later, like, towards the end of the game, or maybe even the middle, but no, she dies in, like, the first quarter of the game. And it's still pretty effective. I mean, even though I knew it was coming, I didn't know it was gonna happen so soon. So it just, like, made the whole event more impactful, because it's like, you really did not spend that much time with her.
だから撃っちまったんだ。カッとなっちまって何発も何発も。ユミユミおいしっかりしろ。やっちまった。東上界の大幹部を。
Just say that he accidentally tripped over and landed on his own gun like 3 times. Look what he did by accident.
お前こそ弓連れて逃げろ。お前がいなくなったら妹はどうなるんだ。次の手術が最後なんだろう。そんな時お前がいねえで誰がいてやるんだ。だからお前はここにいちゃいけねえんだ。お前は
I'll say this one thing about Yakuza 0. I love it, but if there's one decision that was like so baffling to me is the fact that Kiryu decided to join this guy's family, even though he's known as a piece of shit. I mean, I guess you can say that he just wanted to keep a close eye on him, but he's literally your boss. Like, you could have joined anyone else's family and not even worry about this guy, but he, like, deliberately said, I want to be this guy's, like, club member. Club rewards member. I mean, yeah, he did get a pretty cool name, the Dragon of Dojima, but problem is Dojima's kind of a piece of shit. So, yeah, half of your awesome title is just dedicated to this guy on the ground. He forced himself on his gun!
ふざけるな。
俺がやった。金のことで組長と揉めて。
いい加減にしろ。
Guy was into some kinky shit.
よくはないですよ。
Makoto Date.
やつはこれから組も通って男なんですよ。こんな殺しやるわけ。
Makoto Naegi.
誰かをかばってるんです。
これはヤクザの構想だ。誰がやったかは問題じゃない。迅速な事件の解決。それが今求められるすべてだ。
くそ。
刑事さん、俺の持ち物の中に指輪があります。そいつを若頭の風間に渡してくれませんか。申し訳ありませんでしたって伝えてください。
虫が良すぎねえか、そりゃ。
分かってます。
約束はしねえぞ。
はい。
2005 Eleanor.
囚人番号1240。面会だ。
Letter of expulsion.
俺は破門でいいのか、シンジ。
はい。
自分の親殺したんだ。絶縁なんじゃねえのか。
登場会3代目世良会長が破門にすると決めたそうです。
どういうことだ。
自分にもわかりません。
Chairman Sarah was such a badass in Yakuza 0, and he shows up in like one cutscene in part 1.
風間のおやっさんが引き継ぐそうです。
I think that's just kind of hilarious. It kind of reminds me a little bit of, you know, Major Zero shows up in Metal Gear Solid 3, and then you don't see him ever again until 4. And it's like already at the end.
行方不明なんです。事件の次の日から。ユミさん、記憶をなくしてたんです。錦のおじきや兄貴のことも。で、急に病院から姿を。
Jeez.
すいません。風間のおやっさんには口止めされてたんですけど。
時間だ。
誰かちゃんと探してるのか。
はい。錦のおじきや風間のおやっさんが。
聞こえんのか。
シンジ、弓を頼むぞ。錦にもそう伝えてくれ。
はい。わかりました。
Like how he's like trying to pull Kiryu by his shoulders, which are like broader than the door. Like, it's like trying to pull back the Hulk.
てめえ、なんだその態度は。あ？
そこ何やっとるか。
なんだよ。話せこの野郎。
うるさい。来い。
たく、物騒でいけねえな。おっと。
Why would he give you guys metal forks?
なあ、あんただろ。自分の親分殺したってヤクザ。
黙って食ってろ。
Wait, why don't they give you chopsticks? Is that even more dangerous? Wooden chopsticks?
何やってんだよ、お前ら。
They're just ready. Oh my gosh, he's dual wielding forks.
堂島組長があの世で寂しいとさ。
Oh my gosh. For a second there, I thought it was the year 1356. What? Alright, come here, bitch. Oh. Man, let me do the freaking heat action. Oh, does that end it? What the? You have to beat them all? Wow, okay. That was a little anticlimactic.
誰の命令だ
JP don't have sporks.
三代目だ。なんだと。
Oh, come on. One hit and he's down. Man, this cutscene's bullshit. It's like... It's like in the other Yakuza games. Somebody pulls out a gun and everyone's like, oh shit, he's got a gun! And then Kiryu is like, I can survive multiple shots. I'll be okay. Oh, that was another thing somebody mentioned in the new Yakuza game. Like, it is the point in the Yakuza series where cutscene logic and gameplay have now merged to the point of absurdity. Like, Kiryu has a device that allows him to become Spider-Man. And he just straight up shoots people, too. He gets a gun in a cutscene and just starts mowing people down. Because, you know, in the previous Yakuza games, you could just chalk it up to, oh, he didn't actually kill that person. He just thought about it super hard. It just happened in his mind. Really? Kiryu dies of brain injury, the end. Like, the rest of the series is just his imagination. Or his death rattle. Yeah, I know he's like 10 years older now, but his shoulders got even more broad, this guy. Like, that cane is just for show. This guy can, like, bench lift a car. Oh my gosh, Shimano. Look at this guy. It's like he hasn't had any sleep in like 10 years. That's a common thing too, like Kiryu was working under Dojima and Dojima's a piece of shit. Majima was working under Shimano and Shimano's a piece of shit. Like, does anybody here actually have a good boss?
で、三代目、今日は一体何の緊急幹部会で？
奴から緊急の議題があるそうだ。
お前が？
おい、
お前が。
てめえの裁量で幹部会とはどういう了見だ、錦山。
Nishiki looks like such a piece of shit.
直系組長の皆さんがいるこの場で三代目に伺います。東都銀行の貸金庫にあった組の金100億盗まれたってのは本当ですか？
なんじゃそれ。初耳です。どういうことなんだ。100億って言うたらお前。やかましは。おい、今のが下手な作り話やったら。
I thought it was called Yakuza.
三代目。
その情報どこからだ？
関西五代目近江連合の寺田です。
まずいじゃねえか。
この件はしっかり裏取って話すつもりだった。
ほんなら100億は。
ああ。
ふざけんな。登場会2万5千、死に物狂いでかき集めた金や。100億言うたらどんだけの血流れてるか分かっとんのかこら。
島野、てめえ誰に向かって口聞いてんだ？この件は登場会本部預かりにさせてもらう。今日はご苦労だった。
おい待てや。そんなんで納得いくかい会長。三代目。
It is kind of ironic that the game series is called Yakuza, despite the fact that Kiryu gets kicked out of the Yakuza in the first game.
お前のいない10年で登場会はすっかり変わった。
I mean, even in Yakuza 0, Kiryu's only in the Yakuza in the first chapter. After that, he leaves on his own accord.
お前と会って話したいことが山ほどある。伝えなければならないことも。
So this is like 2005 money. So 100 billion yen would be...
和樹という男に会ってくれ。話はどうしておく。
a cool few million, I would think. Okay, hang on. Okay, 2005. The fuck, man. Oh, that doesn't help at all. Oh, here. 2005 Japanese yen today. 2005. Okay, Huh. So today, 110 yen. Okay, so the yen is more valuable today, but not by much. Back in 2005, 100 yen would be... Hang on, I'm not reading this right. The purchasing power of 100 yen in 2005 equals 110.76 today. So, yeah, actually not that much difference. So let's go ahead and put that in there. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 100,000, 100 billion yen is 670,448,000 US dollars, give or take. So yeah, that's a lot. You're halfway there to be a billionaire, essentially. Got people running around. Yeah, considering this is on the PlayStation 2, it is pretty impressive that they were able to have all these people walking around. The only other game I can think of that takes it to this degree is State of Emergency, if you remember that Rockstar game. I tried replaying that game. It's trash. It's really bad. It's like GTA, but without the story, and just like annoying missions that are all timed. I mean, the most interesting thing about State of Emergency is just the crowd technology, because they have like so many people on screen, they move in like a tide. But that's it. It really is just GTA without a story. So, not good at all. Let me ask you something. Oh boy. Punk ass Abe. Oh my gosh. You look suspect. I don't wanna. Oh, okay. You touch the suit. That's an automatic death sentence. Well, close as you can get. Kiryu's never killed anybody. I miss being able to hit enemies with the bike when they're on the ground in Yakuza 0. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? That should have hit. Like, that spin attack with the bike would hit so many people on the ground in Yakuza 0. I keep bringing up 0 because that's like the most recent one I replayed. But yeah. Funny enough, River City Girls had the same problem, at least with the first game. Like, you couldn't hit enemies off the ground with objects, which was really frustrating. You could in Scott Pilgrim, but not in River City Girls. Okay. Theater Square. Got it. Oh my gosh. Don't touch me, motherfucker. Ooh, excuse me. Oh. This guy just walks up to me and says, "Hey, I think you need to do more tutorial." Okay. If you move with the left analog stick while holding the R1 button, you can shift. One drawback is that you can't run. We can move in any direction while always facing the enemy. Yep. Oh, Komaki's apprentice. I thought it was just some random hobo. Okay. Knives and guns, obviously. Should be X. Yep. Who the heck are you? Okay. You can't sprint. This is as fast as Kiryu can go. Oh. I'm good. If he doesn't even want to tell me the subject of the hint, then why even bother? Yep. Everybody knew. Damn. Yikes. Which surprisingly is not a very effective way of hiding bodies, apparently. Like, the concrete shoes is such a cliche with mafia stories, but concrete takes too long to solidify, and on top of that, when the body decomposes long enough, eventually the body just... the legs detach from the rest of the body, and it just floats back up to the surface, so... yeah, concrete shoes is kind of bullshit. Tenkaichi Street. So that's interesting because, like, in Yakuza 0, we already had, like, cabaret clubs, which are essentially host clubs, but, you know, a lot flashier. So I feel like Kiryu would be a little bit more familiar with what a host club is. Just a little bit. Yo, how's it going, Max? Doing alright? Just playing some Yakuza. It got the popular vote on the last, poll, so doing a little bit of that. It's interesting going back to it after spending so much time with the newer games. And, perfect timing because the new Yakuza game rewards you for playing all of the games previously, so it's like one giant fan service ship. You know, and it's already sailing. I think it said he was in a concrete block, like his whole body. Yeah, that would take too long. Like, I mean, you would effectively just kill him outright if he just did the whole body anyway, so... I don't know, just seems a little redundant. About to get on a train for 6 hours, woof. Is it a bullet train or just like a regular train? Because, man, 6 hours, that is quite the journey. Because, last month I went to Tokyo. I didn't go anywhere else. I just spent the 2 weeks exploring Tokyo. I didn't really need to take a bullet train anywhere. I still took the subway, but the bullet train was like $80 a pop. And I think the Japan Rail Pass was like in the hundreds, so I wasn't planning on going to Kyoto or Osaka, just stayed in Tokyo. So next time I go to Japan, I would love to take a bullet train somewhere. Probably Osaka. Yeah, sleep for 6 hours, that's another option. What's funny is the bullet trains in Japan are so fast, eventually they just had to take out the restaurants inside the trains. Because by the time your food was ready, you would have already arrived at the station. But they managed to fix the problem because instead of having restaurants in the bullet train, they just have restaurants at the train stops. So, you know, when you get off, you can just immediately get something to eat. So that's smart. And I did mention this earlier, but I do find it a little funny that Yakuza Kiwami kind of has like an Uncharted HD collection situation, because Kiryu just looks a little older than he did in Yakuza 0. Oh shit, the camera's zooming. While here in the original Yakuza 1, he actually looks young. He doesn't have like that 1,000-yard, like, not 1,000-yard stare, but he doesn't have like that freaking fist of the North Star, I'm always angry 24/7 look all the time. Like here, he just looks, you know, serious and, you know, kind of irritated because he's been in jail for 10 years. But in Yakuza 0 and Yakuza Kiwami, he just looks like a badass, like, immediately. And the reason why I brought up Uncharted HD Collection is because for Uncharted 1, Nate's face texture is just Uncharted 2's face. Oh gosh. It's like you get like a mini loading screen when you change camera angles. You have to get used to that. No one knows. Okay. Oh. Regular train back to college? My goodness. Every day, twice a day? No, I was on Thanksgiving break this week. Makes sense. It's like Sleeping Dogs stole this game's UI. Man, it's been a while since I played Sleeping Dogs. It's a fun game. I think my only complaint is the ending felt really abrupt to me. It almost... Funny enough, people had the same complaint about GTA 5's ending, where you just kill the final bosses, like, back to back. But no, it made sense, because, like, this was, like, the perfect opportunity to do so. Like, and you still had, like, plenty of screen time with the villains before you killed them off in GTA 5. In Sleeping Dogs' case, what was it? Dog Eyes? Was it Dog Eyes? Or some other dude? See, I can't even remember the guy's name. You kill that one guy at the end, and I'm like, I don't think I ever got to know this guy before I killed him. I mean, I know it's a freaking video game, but it's like, oh wow, this is the final boss, and I don't even know who he is. I think he showed up at the funeral, and that's it. Apparently he was doing some bad stuff behind the scenes, but that's the problem. All the bad stuff he did was behind the scenes, so by the time I actually kill him, it's like... So I guess the problem's solved, because he was the one behind it? I don't even know who he is. You just shove his face into, like, the electrical fan, which is really fucking brutal, which is hilarious. It's like, that's how you kill the final boss in, like, the most Mortal Kombat way possible. But yeah, if that's the one complaint I have about Sleeping Dogs, it's like, I don't know who the final boss is. It's just some guy. Like, the real villain was that, you know, the was it the FBI guy? But I don't know. It's been a while since I played Sleeping Dogs. I might be able to, like, pick out more details on a second playthrough, Or in this case, a third playthrough, because I've played through it twice, and I still can't remember the guy's name. I remember the main character, Wei Shen. He's cool. But... And Jackie, I remember Jackie, but... I don't know, Sleeping Dogs just didn't... Outside of gameplay, the story did not, like... stay with me as much as, like... Grand Theft Auto games do. Which I think is such a shame. And I hate comparing that, because it's like... GTA is the gold standard. At least, you know... for a time it was, and then the definitive collection came out, and it's like, yep, never mind. Rockstar fell off. But yeah, gameplay-wise, Sleeping Dogs is really fun. It's crazy to think it used to be True Crime Streets of Hong Kong? It used to be a true crime game, but they changed it. Oh yeah, it's fun seeing family. Glad you had a good time. I worked 100 hours past 2 weeks. Jeez, dude. How was everyone's Thanksgiving, though? It was pretty good. You know, just had ham. I mean, turkey's okay, but it's dry. I think that's the thing. Like, most of the time, whenever I have Thanksgiving with my family, we just have honey ham. It's the best. Like, you have honey ham with, like, rice and stuff. I mean, you can put rice on anything, but, you know, just having ham and rice is just a good combination overall. Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like Thanksgiving was more of, like, an extension. It wasn't just the one day. We did other stuff. Like, we rewatched a bunch of movies. Rewatched RoboCop, and that was fun. I wouldn't say that's a good Thanksgiving movie, but it's a fun movie that keeps on giving. That's great too, because, you know, I played the RoboCop game, so rewatching the movie just made me appreciate the game even more. I was able to pick out more Easter eggs, because by this point I've already replayed it 3 times. Like, the RoboCop game isn't a long game, but it's really fun. Like, you can always go back to it. Like, I was debating on whether or not I should stream RoboCop and go for, like, the bad ending, but I was like, nah, I don't feel like getting the bad ending. Like, I like the characters. I don't actually want to see them suffer a fate worse than they already are. It's like, you know, that question, is RoboCop pro-cop? It's like, no. Like, the police force is owned by a corporation. That is, like, the most damning, like... I wouldn't even say satire, but it's like the most damning thing you can say about the cops is that they're being owned by a billion-dollar corporation. I mean, RoboCop is pro-RoboCop, and Anne Lewis, those two are, you know, really good at their jobs. Yeah, what else? Rewatched Tropic Thunder. That's such another fun movie. Robert Downey Jr. just is the best. Of course, he's like the highlight of the movie, but so is Jack Black and, you know, Ben Stiller. What else? Oh, I watched a new movie, but this was just by myself. I didn't watch it with my family, but The Death of Stalin. I watched it on Hulu. I remember it used to be a Netflix exclusive, but yeah, you can watch The Death of Stalin on Hulu, and it's a dark comedy. It uses like the real life events surrounding Stalin's death, and they just compartmentalize it into like one movie. Like, it's not historically accurate, but it's historically authentic, because for the sake of pacing, they made it feel like all the stuff happening in the movie took place within like a week or so, when in reality it like took several months. But it was really interesting to see just like I don't know as much about Stalin as like the other leaders during World War II time, but yeah, it was just interesting just to see how much of a power struggle it was for everybody who remained after he died of brain hemorrhage. And, you know, the irony of irony, because Stalin did not like Jewish people just as much as Hitler. Yeah, he had, like, all of the Jewish doctors in Russia either be executed or exiled into like a gulag. And when he had a brain hemorrhage, they didn't really have any available doctors at hand to, help him out. So they just had to go find the doctors who are still in hiding to, you know, basically get a second opinion. And they all unanimously said, yeah, he's dead. Like, yeah, like he's in a coma. I mean, he might wake up for a bit, but he's gone. Like, this is it. So that was the funny thing in the movie. It's a dark comedy, and they see Stalin like on the ground, and he's like basically drowning in his own piss at that point. And their immediate response is not to call a doctor, because remember, we got rid of the doctors, but we need to call the committee, and we got to figure out what to do. So they just have this whole scene where like all of his like boardroom members are just surrounding him while he's just face down on the ground. They're like, all right, we gotta pick him up. They all team up together to bring him to his bedroom, but because he's covered in piss, he's all sticky, and these guys are all in their suits. It's like, oh gosh, I need to take a shower after this. Like, oh, another thing about the movie, nobody tried to fake a Russian accent at all. Like, most of the actors are British, and it is hilarious just hearing their accents. It just adds to comedy, because somebody compared the movie to like The Office. It's like, this is The Office but in Russia. So yeah, I'd recommend watching The Death of Stalin. It's a fun movie. The pacing is solid. There wasn't a dull moment. Like, you would think with something that's based off like real life politics or history, you might think it like would get boring, but no, like it really does feel like The Russian Office. Like, the characters just have really good banter, and it's funny how a lot of the events that take place in the movie are not too far from the fact. Like I said, it's not historically accurate, but it's historically authentic, where they use the foundation of history to just play off of it. Like one guy, Field Marshal Zhukov, like he was considered to be like one of the greatest Russian generals in history. Yeah, in the movie, when you see this guy, his uniform is like a wall of medals. Like, every time he's walking, you just hear jingling of all the medals just clacking together on his chest. Like, that's how many medals he has. And the funny thing is, in the movie, they had to tone that down, because in real life, he had even more medals. But they're like, all right, look, for one thing, we actually need the actor to breathe. And second, like, we get it. This guy is a freaking legend who's earned every single medal on his uniform. But we have to take some away, otherwise people would think this is bullshit. Like, this is already a dark comedy, but we cannot push it over the edge. We still want people to see this character as a badass and not as a joke. Because, there's like a main difference between somebody wearing like a bunch of medals, like, and another person who's just like... It's like seeing like a North Korean general with like a wall of medals. It's like, what war did you fight in to get all those medals? So yeah, like, it is funny that the real life Zhukov had even more medals than he did in the movie. They deliberately had to tone it down because it was too much. Yeah, Thanksgiving off and it was your mom's birthday. Oh, happy birthday to your mom. At least I'm making decent money. It could be worse. Beat Dark Souls 2. Thank God that game was annoying. Yeah, I heard. Like, I watched like a 2-hour long video about like all of the missteps that Dark Souls 2 has. And don't get me wrong, just like any other Dark Souls games, they will always have their fans. But Dark Souls 2 in particular, because they didn't have Miyazaki's, firm direction, yeah, there's a lot of just irritating things about it. Like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of just like Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, I love Red Dead Redemption 2, but there's a lot of gameplay mechanics that just frustrate me to no end. And they're just like little things, but they're just enough to just bring the whole experience down. Like, mainly your primary weapons. Like, they would just teleport to the horse for no reason. Like, if you have like a shotgun on your back and you've been riding on the horse for a while, like, Arthur Morgan would just either put the shotgun into the horse's like satchel, or you get off the horse and the shotgun teleports to the horse, even though you want it to stay on your back. And it's just so frustrating. Like, and that's just the major thing. There's other things too, but getting back to Dark Souls 2, just like the way that they designed like the combat encounters, like the enemy placements, the shortcut and placements, like they just Dark Souls 2 is at a time where they really wanted to market the game as like, you're gonna play this game to die. Like, we made this game super fucking hard because we think that this is why people play Dark Souls games, because they're really fucking hard. It's like, no, we play Dark Souls games because they are fair, they do not hold your hand, but the game is as difficult as you want it to be. Like, dude, if you want to play Dark Souls on easy mode, just invest in a magic build. Or with Bloodborne, do the freaking arcane build. Like, any build that requires, like, magic and ranged attacks, you're going to be playing on easy mode. And on top of that, use your summons. You know, summon the AI to help you out. That's why they're there. In fact, the whole reason why Dark Souls even exists, Demon Souls, is because Miyazaki loved the idea that you're getting random help from people that you will never meet. Like, he had like a real life experience where his car got stuck in the snow, and like a bunch of other people were getting stuck too, and they needed to push their cars over the hill. So they all got out of their cars and they helped each other push each other's cars out of the hill. And by the time you get over the hill, well, you can't like get out of the car to thank the people who helped push. You just have to keep driving. So he wanted to like replicate that experience with a video game. It's like, these are all these people all over the world who want to help you, and you're never going to meet them, but it's nice that they took the time and effort to make your life easier. Like, he wanted to replicate that. And on top of that, Miyazaki is known to be a masochist, and he loves it when games are punishing when you fuck up. Like, that's why he keeps, like, putting, like, poison swamps in every game. He just loves it. Like, he said it in an interview that, yeah, I make, like, these death traps because I would love to get killed in this way. Like, he could be joking, but the fact that he said that, like, in an official interview, it's like, yeah, you really want to get, like, stabbed to death? And he's like, yeah, it's cool. It explains a lot, but even then, I feel like Dark Souls 2 is the one where it's like, I think this would be if Miyazaki just gave zero fucks about balance whatsoever, and he just really wanted to have like a game that just kills you because it wants to. Like, that's artificial difficulty. You died not because you didn't have the skill or the preparation for it. You died because you didn't know that was going to happen. Like, another example would be Hotline Miami 2. Hotline Miami 2, especially at launch, maybe they rebalanced it later, Hotline Miami 2 was artificial difficulty. Like, if you didn't know that there was like 50 enemies on the map, all with guns that can shoot you off screen, you're going to die. Like, there's no reaction time possible for you to be able to counter an enemy who's going to snipe you with a shotgun through a window off screen. Like, it was so frustrating playing Hotline Miami 2 because you would just kill like 40 enemies on a map, and you miss like one enemy who's just out of your field of view, and you just get sniped. And guess what? You have to play the whole thing all over again. You got to kill all 41 enemies. So yeah, Hotline Miami 2 is the Dark Souls 2 of Hotline Miami, where it's like, what are you doing? This isn't what I wanted to play. I liked how in Hotline Miami 1, like, you didn't have to rely so much on guns. Like, you can rely a lot on just being clever, like with your ambushes, and just being able to like line up your combos where enemies just could not like fire off a shot. But Hotline Miami 2, they just made the maps bigger, they added more enemies, and they just gave them all guns, and there's windows everywhere. So, oh, and dogs, just dogs everywhere. Like, yeah, that was like one of the earliest memories I have where I legitimately regretted pre-ordering a game. And it wasn't a complete loss, because I liked how, because I pre-ordered Hotline Miami 2, I got the character and the weapon and cosmetics in Payday 2. So it's funny because like I had to play a bad game to actually enjoy a good game even more. So there's that. You're 5 hours into Dark Souls 3 and I'm already having a better time. It's different between the two. 2 changed too many things from Dark Souls 1. If you don't know what to level up, you're going to have a terrible time. Yeah. So, that's funny because, like, in Dark Souls generally, like, you can't go wrong with leveling up your health and endurance because you're always going to be needing both. But, yeah, I can imagine if you don't actually know what you're doing, Dark Souls 2 is going to be even worse of a time. It was still entertaining, but Dark Souls 3 has the same feeling that Dark Souls 1 gave me, the feeling of a giant patch of land that's explorable. Dark Souls 2 feels like a bunch of levels tied together. And I don't even know if Dark Souls 2 is still canon. I think they... For a lot of people, they just... What are these guys? Oh, never mind. They looked important. Guy's just still standing there talking to nobody. What was I saying? Yeah, Dark Souls 2 not being canon anymore. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. What? Oh my gosh. Did you just look away from me? That was his problem. Bitch. Oh, fuck. Let's go, bitch. Come on. Get up. Oh, wow. Okay. You lose heat really fast. I might need to upgrade that. In 2, I was playing a strength dexterity build, so I was all physical. In 3, I'm doing pyromancer. I don't think Miyazaki worked on Dark Souls 2. He was working on Bloodborne. Both games are 2014. Yeah, I mentioned that. Dark Souls 2 did not have Miyazaki. I was just saying that Dark Souls 2 feels like if Miyazaki just did not give a fuck anymore about game balance. But no. In 3, they have direct items from 2 and references to both games. Okay. So Dark Souls 2 is still canon, but just people don't want to talk about it. Makes sense.
Hey! お前何してんだ店に何か用があるんですかね
I don't see a line,
オーナーの
dude.
和樹に用があるんだ。
なんだどこの組のやつだあ島の組だろ俺らは誰の世話にもならねえんだよ
何の話だ。俺は和樹を探してるだけだ。どの組の人間でもない。
ざけんなよ俺一目見りゃわかんだよどこどう見たって極道
People just really love grabbing Kiryu's suit. They just want to feel the material.
おいおい、別に俺は
Oh yeah,
お
oh
前
yeah.
らと喧嘩するために来たんじゃねえんだよ。
なめんなよ俺ヤクザっていや何でも片付くと思ってんじゃねえぞこの町でもな ヤクザの言いなりにならないで自分の力だけで一生懸命生きてる奴らもいるんだよ。少なくとも和樹さんはそうやってのし上がったんだ。てめえらヤクザに和樹さんの邪魔はさせねえ。
だから俺はヤクザじゃねえって。人の話聞かないやつだな。
うるせえ。俺はこの店命がけで守るんだ。
Man from versus Stardust. Yeah, try blocking this dude. Jeez. He did not stand a single chance. Did he even hit me once? Like once, right?
ユウヤ何やってんだお前。
すいません和樹さん、このヤクザが。
堂島の桐生さんですか。
ああ。
失礼しました。風間さんから伺ってます。どうぞ中へ。
Not even an apology. Oh my gosh, why is it so blurry? Wow, alright. That might be an emulation issue. Hang on. Oh boy. Okay, there you go. Much better. Almost looks HD. Oh, I shouldn't look at this picture too many times or else I get the water ending. Or is it the letter? Okay, let's see what we got. Nothing. Use the left analog stick to add experience. Okay. Check enhanceability with circle. Okay, well. Oh shit, that's too much. Perform when the HP gauge is blinking red. Charge kick. Effective. Okay. Cool. Kiryu got contact high upon entering the club. Entered the haze. It's that secondhand smoke. Yo, man, this beat is whack. You guys need to get a better DJ.
すいませんでした。俺てっきり。
いや、俺のミスだ。本当になんてお詫びすればよいか。
気にしないでくれ。それよりお前、風間のおやっさんとはどんな関係なんだ。
ええ、ゆうや外してくれるか。
はい。
What's a
風間
Yakuza?
さんにはこの店開いた時から世話
That's a
に
good question.
昔
What is a man?
商売のいろはもわからない俺にいろいろ教えてくれたんです。今この店があるのもあの人のおかげです。そんな風間さんが先日店にいらっしゃったんです。大事な人を迎えたいからこの店を使わせて。
Hey, how's it going, Zordafin?
なんか国の方には
Even the Persona 3 club had like 6 people in it.
それでおやっさんは
I mean, the service in this place must be amazing because this music is terrible, but there's still a lot of people in here.
何かあったのか。
登場界三代目
It's like, come on, man, this is 2005. I thought you guys had a better music track than this.
昨日の深夜のことです。
Nani?
犯人はまだわからないんですが、ニュースでもさっき
何が起きてるんだ。
わかりません。ですが、堂島会長が亡くなって10年。今じゃ同じ登場界の組同士が水面下で町の利権食い合いしてるんです。堂島組を引き継いだ直後の風間組は一時期大きな力を持ちました。他の組も手出しができないでいたんですが、数年前内部から裏切って風間組を割った人がいたんです。
誰だ。
それは
Daddy-da.
おらオーナー出さんかい。
See, they're mad about the music too. Vampire the Masquerade has the most lit club, yeah. I never finished Masquerade, but I did get to the club at least. And it's like the most early 2000s club in the world. It's amazing. It's like going through a time capsule. Doing pretty well tonight. How are you all? Doing pretty good. Just been enjoying Yakuza. It's been a while. If anything, I'm just prepping myself for the new game. Like a Dragon... It's a long title. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. That's the full title. Apparently that game basically rewards you for playing all of the previous games, so... You know, might as well start with the first one. Sorry about all the noise. Yeah, this music's terrible. Please change it. It's like you want people to fight in here because of how bad it is. Just beat it.
Kiryu-san.
これはこれはようやくオーナーさんのお出ましですかい。
島野さんのところの方ですね。
まあね、うちらちょっと飲ませてもらおうと思っただけやねんけど、そこの兄ちゃんが帰れなんか言うもんやから。
てめえらみかじめせびりに来たんだろ。
いいよ、今日は飲みに来ただけやから。
嘘だ。
酒飲ませろって言うとるだけやろが。
すみません、大事な客人が来てるんです。今日のところはこれで。
参ったな。ほんまそんなつもりやなかったん
Oh my gosh, we're paying this guy.
何やってんすか。
Even Kiryu's like looking at the envelope like, really?
クソみてえな連中に金払うなんて。
ゆうや。
クソやと。おいこらガキ、今わしらんことクソ言うたんか。
言葉が足らなかったぞ。 クソいいからなめんなクソガキ
ゆうや
Got him.
なんやお前は。
和樹、優也ってやつの言う通りだ。こんな奴らに金を渡す必要はねえよ。
ふざけとんのかお前ら。おい、店ごとぶっ潰せ。
We got a team fight going? Is there just me again? Damn, it's just me. Oh, hey, that's awesome! Whoop. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, it's not so fun when you're getting hit with a baseball bat. Oh! Oh my gosh! The charged kick goes to the nuts. I was wondering what that move would do. It's an instant kill. Oh my gosh, that guy's dead. Oh, of course he pulls out a gun. Pull a gun after that. Oh my gosh.
これは島野の親父に最高の土産ができたわ。
桐生さん
Oh, what the fuck? Huh. That's cool.
Shinji.
Shinji's got a 1911 while that guy had a Tokarev.
こんなところで島の組の縄張りじゃねえだろ。次はねえぞ。
Bang.
本当にお久しぶりです。
Yeah, it's a beat 'em up.
出世したようだな。
Like Yakuza 1 through 6, I want to say, are all beat 'em ups, and then 7 and
風間組を裏切って
the
終わった人。
other one
錦山さん。
is a turn-based game.
錦だと。
I actually have it installed.
近江連合の本部長寺田をバックに錦山さんはずっと独立の算段してたんです。
近江連合。
兄貴、俺は今錦山組の射程頭。
Like a Dragon was actually on sale on Steam, so I went ahead and picked it up. Even though I got it for free on PlayStation 4 because of PlayStation Plus, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'll get this on PC as well because that's the thing about the Yakuza series. They're fun games, and I don't mind owning them twice.
親さんは俺に話が。
Still, to this day, my most owned game is still Resident Evil 4. I have it on the GameCube, the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and Steam.
100億の件も
何の話だ。
登場界の金庫から
I don't have it on the iPad or the N-Gage, though.
緊急幹部会でその話が出た直後に3代目が
And surprisingly, I've never played the Wii version. I've heard the Wii version's really fun, but I saw that they replaced the laser sight with a floating reticle, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I don't want to see that. Which I guess you kind of have to, because it's on the Wii. I don't know, man. That laser sight is iconic. And seeing them just take away the laser sight for the remake was like one of the biggest insults ever. And the laser sight you do get in the remake is trash. You can barely see it. I mean, maybe you can see it if you have it on ultra settings, but I don't. Medium is like the highest I can go on my computer. So the fact that you're getting penalized for not having the best graphics possible just makes the laser sight just the worst. You broke the code. He breaks the rules. Yeah, I did stream Like a Dragon a while back. I never finished it because I was like busy with other stuff at the time. So the next time I do stream it, we'll just start again from the beginning. and I will finish it that time, because I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about the game, and a lot of people are saying that they got really emotional, they got attached to the characters, and I'm like, yeah, that's every Yakuza game. I'm not surprised, but I'm glad that they never lost their, you know, ability for amazing storytelling, because, like, you would think, like, getting into these wacky games with the whole, you know, beat 'em up or the karaoke, like, you would think it's just way too silly to get too emotionally attached, but no, like, they genuinely do care about these characters, and if anything, the goofy moments just make the serious moments hit even harder, because it's like, not only are you fighting just to stay alive, but you're also fighting just to get back to the point where you can still have peace with these characters. Oh, that's funny. The right analog stick doesn't move the camera, but it moves the mini-map on the bottom left. That's why it's going nuts. So yeah, that's funny. There's gonna be a large number of Tojo members at the funeral, so if your cover's blown, things are gonna get real ugly. Just make sure you're prepared. Are you all set? No, I'm need more time. Look at this guy who's clearly a developer that they... Look, he's number 1! You can even see the text. It says he's number 1. That's funny. Infinite Like a Dragon playthrough. I've only beaten Kiwami, but the story's well written, yeah. Zero is the best. At least in my opinion, it's my favorite. But I've also heard that Yakuza 5 is like... is the best in the series before Zero. Before Zero came out, 5 was like the gold standard. So I definitely need to go back and play that. I mean, it's like Final Fantasy, you know? It's like, you can just get lost in the world and just enjoy the characters. I mean... the main difference from Final Fantasy is the fact that these games are all connected. Like, you are rewarded for playing them in release order. Like, you can pull a Metal Gear Solid 3 and just play Yakuza 0 in the beginning, but you are rewarded if you actually play the games in release order, because you can see not only the gameplay improvement, but also just how Kamurocho, the city, like, changes over time. Because the games are released on the year that the story takes place. So this game takes place in 2005, the game came out in 2005. So they do that, and it was really cool. Of course, the exception being Yakuza 0, because that takes place in like 1987, I want to say? In the 80s, definitely. But yeah, for all the other Yakuza games, they take place in the year the game came out. So yeah, but the recommended orders play them in release order. I mean, you can kind of get away with that because of the Kiwami series, but I haven't finished the first Kiwami, and I know there's a second Kiwami as well. I do know that in Kiwami 2, they did take out, like, one level from the game, and they just combined it with Kamurocho, which is... I think it's kind of a shame, because I know a lot of people loved that level in the original Yakuza 2. But yeah, apparently they took out a level from the original. So it's kind of like a Resident Evil 3 remake clock tower situation where, oh, you know how like everybody loves the clock tower in Resident Evil 3? Yeah, let's remove that in the remake. Or rather, there wasn't enough time in development to properly put in the clock tower, which is... it's bad. Like, I think somebody told me that Resident Evil 3 Remake was made during the same time as Resident Evil 2 Remake, which is why, like, Mr. X is just so much better than Nemesis, because I guess with Nemesis they just made him more like a set-piece monster rather than an actual stalker, while on the Resident Evil 2 Remake team, they're like, nah, Mr. X needs to be, like, an actual Nemesis that follows you around. And I've been itching to get back into Like a Dragon because like that turn-based system is so much fun. And it's funny because they made a trailer for like a turn-based Yakuza game as a joke. I'm not sure if it was like for April Fools or whatever, but they're like, yeah, this is what Yakuza would look like if it was like a Persona 5 game. Oh gosh, look at this guy. um And they released it as a joke, but that trailer got so much positive reception that they're like, all right, fine, we'll make a actual game from this. Yeah, we're gonna release this amazing trailer as a joke. Oh! Oh!
なあ、桐生は相変わらずごっついやつやったんか。
ええ、それはもう。
そうかそうか。ご苦労やった。
Shaving literally nothing, yeah.
出してみや。
Shaving that one pixel. Oh! Ouch!
ご機嫌やさかいな。指2本で許したるわ。
The fuck? He wasn't even the one that cut your head. Fucking friendly fire. Look at this badass. He's like Neo. That's Kiryu after he watched The Matrix once.
建物の裏口は比較的手薄です。下手に塀を越えたりすればかえって怪しまれますから、正面から弔問客に紛れ込んでいきましょう。正門から入った
We're just gonna walk through the front gate.
そこを右に入った先が
That's the plan. Just go through the front gate. Okay.
兄貴を待ちます。
That's how you know he's insane. I think the bald dude might be a bad guy. He's the bad guy. I have to be very careful so I don't get caught. He just walks through the front gate. Oh my gosh. Sorry for saying something dumb. That's okay. I do that all the time. Member of an affiliate organization? You're allowed to go to this funeral? Doing very well under Chairman Sarah after losing the head of the clan. There's no doubt that Shimano Oyabun or that Nishiki Yama youngster will start something. Always be starting something. I still don't have a free camera, but the fixed camera is like positioned. Oh shit! Oh. Okay. Yeah, the fixed camera is just positioned behind Kiryu's shoulders. Oh shit! Oh my gosh. I didn't think I was playing Metal Gear Solid today. Look at that, third time's a charm. Oh. Sign in the reception? Oh my gosh. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. It's doing the Silent Hill 3 thing where if you tap one of the shoulder buttons, it repositions the camera. That's useful. Nah, he's just having a bad day. He's having a bald day. He's great when you get to know him. He's not expecting you to walk right in, so it's the sneakiest plan. This game is niche key. Nah, it's fine. It's a very, sneaky joke. Sign my real name! Okay, come on, Kiryu is not that dense, please. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. If I remember correctly, the Kiwami version actually has the guards have like sight lines on the map. So we're just gonna retcon that, and he doesn't recognize my face. Okay. That was like the third time I got thrown out, and I came back. It's like... that guy at the sign-up station's like, ah, all you Yakuza look the same to me. What a dick. And he's in the Yakuza! Okay, yeah, I remember there was actually a side mission where you could go find this guy's badge. There it is. Oh, so it isn't a side mission, you actually need it. Never mind. Fourth time's a charm. You had a shift change, it's a different employee. Excuse me. You can pick this asshole. Oh no. It's a little annoying when like the most qualified person for like a great position just refuses to take it because, you know, it's like, ah, I'm good. So the only people who actually get it are like the big narcissists. It's like what happened with like the death of Stalin in the movie, like they have yeah, that Field Marshal Zhukov. He's like the only guy who made Stalin nervous because of just how effective he was as like just like I said, he had like a wall of medals on his chest for every single battle he won. And if there was anybody who was more deserving of taking over after Stalin, it should have been Zhukov, but no, his passion is in the military. He didn't really care too much about politics. It's like you guys sort that shit out for yourselves. I'm just gonna keep winning fights. So yeah. It's like, do you still think soldiers make for good kings? Man, all you guys are just loitering. Come on now. They were gonna can me after today anyway. You can keep it? Wow. He's like, yeah, I'm fired, so I'm just gonna allow this security breach. Fuck y'all. Can I... Oh. Okay, where's Shinji? Shinji Mikami. Do I equip it? Okay. Didn't they have to take off some medals because some people would think it was ridiculous and unbelievable? Yeah, they did. Like, he won even more medals than the ones they showed off in the movie. Like, he jingled every time he walked. It sounded like he had, like, car keys in front of him at all times. And if those medals in real life were actually made out of real gold and brass, they'd be pretty fucking heavy. I mean, the guy was built like a tank anyway, so I guess he didn't really mind. But, yeah. Guy was a military genius, apparently. Well, not apparently, obviously. Alright. I don't remember where I'm supposed to go. It's so weird. Oh, okay, maybe I can go to the back. Yeah. Oh. Oh, your staff. The funeral's about to begin. Get ready. I'm not just ready. I'm ready, Freddy. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. Look at this guy.
近江連合の本部長寺田をバックに錦山さんはずっと独立の算段してたんです。
近江連合。
Motherfucker wore 10 pounds of metal. Kiryu, please stop running around in the halls.
正面から堂々と堂島の桐生は
なぜ近江連合が俺を
頼まれたんや。あんたの元兄弟に。
兄弟。
錦山の組長さんから写真の男を捕まえる。
Yo, that ain't me, it's deepfake.
錦が。
Man, this guy's got a mouth on him. He's like, oh yeah, let me tell you about my boss. You know, your former brother.
は、なんや。堂島の竜言うてもこの程度かい。
Guy just spoiled the entire game. He needs to die. How dare you spoil the twist. The twist. Gotcha, bitch. Damn, he got owned! He didn't even get a hit in! Funeral's in session. They built him up to be like this huge badass, but he just died to a single combo. Shinji, I got tagged before I came here. What? No way. No word. No, the only reason why Shinji is in disbelief, he's like, you got attacked? And only took like 10 seconds. And you didn't even get hit? Does that even qualify as being attacked when you just fucking own the guy? What the fuck? I was just here! I couldn't walk past these dudes? I had to take the long way? Video games, I swear. Choto. Okay. Better to have it than to not need it, than to need it and not have it. $4,500 yen, that's like $4. Yeah, that's like $3. Wait, no. That doesn't sound right. Hang on. No, that's like $30. Yeah, that's $30 for like 2 energy drinks and 2 soft drinks. At least the coffins won't be far. Man from the Somi Alliance, I will win because my speed is superior. Brock cut down in 10 seconds flat. The only other man to see through Kiryu's disguise is the random shop owner. Yeah. Those merchants, they never forget a face. Well, that's a pretty view. Just have a random item box in this room. This really is Resident Evil. Save data, okay. Okay. Look at this guy. He doesn't even want to take off his sunglasses for the picture. Yep. I think the only reason why this guy's bald is because he doesn't want people to see his glorious afro. There's gonna be trouble. It's a decent amount of sushi. Did the yen drop recently? Yeah, it's been dropping for a while. That's why a lot of people are trying to visit Japan for vacation, because it's probably the best time to go to Japan because the yen is like dropping. I mean, it's great for tourists, but terrible for the people who actually live there because, yeah, it's gonna be tougher to get groceries and stuff. So it's like a double-edged sword. Like, they're getting a lot of, like, business from tourism, but at the same time, there's not enough staff to, attend to all those people. Like, I came at a perfect time last month because that was at a time where they were still, like, it was manageable, but nowadays it's like, okay, they're still trying to recover from the COVID regulations, so a lot of places just do not have enough people on hand to, man the facilities. And even more so, they had to increase the prices for the Japan Rail Pass. So basically, it forces people to stay in one location. Don't use bullet trains for nothing unless you're like super rich. Yeah, other stuff like that. Like, yeah, the yen is going down, but the prices are increasing just to manage with the demand, which is smart. Like, supply and demand. You got a lot of tourists coming in. If they want to spend more time here, they do need to like actually spend more money just to help keep the economy afloat. But yeah, beautiful country though. I really want to go back there again, at least in 2025. So, saving up for it. Everybody's super friendly. And, despite me playing the Yakuza games, yeah, I didn't see any Yakuza. They're not really out in the open, not like before. Because that's the thing, yeah, the Yakuza still exists. It's just they're more behind the scenes. They're not like wandering around the streets and, wearing badges and stuff. At least I didn't see them. Which is smart, because even if like the Yakuza are there to like, handle underground business, you don't really want to see them out in the open. Like if your country is known to be housing like criminal organizations, it just reflects poorly on the whole country. It's like in comparison to like America, when we got like Al Capone and Babyface, all these gangsters running around, Italian mobs, Russian mobs, Triad, Yakuza. It's like, okay, we have a little too many criminal organizations here. We need to tone this down. Like, so it's not like before. Kind of like LA Noir. We don't have mobs running around like extorting movie studios for protection money. It's like, okay, yeah, that doesn't really look too good for everybody. Or what was it, Frank Sinatra being in bed with a mob? So yeah, so a lot of it's more discreet. That's the word for it. Oh, does Yakuza 0 follow the Shimano guys? Yeah, I think Yakuza 0 sets up, not I don't think, it is. Yakuza 0 sets up the Shimano guys, specifically the Ami Alliance for the later games, because they definitely start throwing their weight around. Yeah, it does. Yakuza 0 takes place in the 80s. This game takes place in 2005. And yeah, Yakuza 0 didn't come out until Yakuza 5, after Yakuza 5. So it's a weird kind of order, and that's why I compared it to Metal Gear Solid 3, where Yakuza 0 is the Metal Gear Solid 3 of the Yakuza series, where you can start at 0 and it's fine, but things get a little awkward when you go and play Yakuza 1, or in this case, Kiwami, because that's the remaster slash remake of this game. This is the original PlayStation 2 version. But the thing is, playing 0 and then playing Kiwami or Yakuza 1 is weird, because a lot of the set pieces were inspired by the first game. So in Yakuza 0, there's a funeral scene, there's like a highway chase, and guess what? In Yakuza Kiwami, there's a funeral and there's a highway chase, and the list goes on. But yeah, so it's a little awkward doing that, but it's not like the biggest problem if you want to play the games in chronological order. It's just, for a long time, a lot of people recommend playing the games in release order, because you can see the game's improvement over time and just how like the city changed. Like Yakuza 0 almost feels like a treat or a dessert after you had the main course. Like you played Yakuza 1 through 5, and then you play 0, and 0 kind of feels like it's tying everything up, because it's like playing respects to the first game. And then everything onwards is like a continuation of just mostly Kiryu, but in Yakuza 4, they introduced like 3 other characters that are playable. And with the recent spin-off slash sequel, Like a Dragon, you have Ichiban, and Ichiban is like the complete opposite of Kiryu. Kiryu feels like this stoic badass, while Ichiban is like this hilarious dork who's very resourceful, and he plays off other people's charisma. Like, Kiryu is just like a walking monument to the Yakuza. Like, he is so cool, like no one will ever eclipse him. While Ichiban is somebody who's like trying to get to that level, and you're rooting for him along the way because he really is trying to be, you know, a better version of himself, like, throughout the way. And it would be comparable to Golden Boy, because he is like that kind of person who's just, he's so silly, but when a job needs to get done, he will find the means to do it. Like, I didn't even beat Like a Dragon last time I streamed it, but like that's the impression I got, was that he is going for like that Golden Boy aesthetic. Like, he's the underdog. Like, Kiryu, you're never gonna worry about Kiryu. He's gonna be fine, and that's cool. It's like watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or Fist of the North Star. You know the main character's gonna be fine for the most part, but Ichiban, he has to try a little bit harder just to get to that level. Economic recession, let's travel. Yep, pretty much. That's the logic. It's a double-edged sword. Like I said, it sucks for the people who are actually there, but it's good for the tourists who actually want to visit the place. And it's like, and you're still spending money there. You're actually helping the economy. It's just, I don't know. It's weird because you know they're having a tough time, but you are going there to have a good time, but you spending money over there is going to help the economy. So it's weird. It's like it almost cancels itself out. Like, you're going there to take advantage of the price drop, but at the same time you're spending money, so you're kind of lessening the blow of just the economy just going down the toilet. If anything, you and a bunch of other tourists are kind of lifting it up from the bowl. So it's weird. Economy is weird. It's like with Mr. Beast, like, doing all this charity work. It's like, okay, you know, he's like doing all this charity just so he has more content to show on his channel. It's like, you're showing people's like misery, but at the same time you are paying their bills and you're bringing more attention to it. So it's like, it's weird. It's like, if there wasn't a problem, there wouldn't be a video. But because there's a video, he's helping solve the problem, and at the same time bringing attention to it. It's like, okay. Like, somebody said he's like the Willy Wonka of this age, where Willy Wonka just does like random stuff to, like, you know, help cheer people up. But I don't know. I think I would start to get worried if Mr. Beast starts inviting kids to like a factory or something to take his place. It's like, hey, what happened to those other 5 kids who went into the factory? Yeah, don't worry about it. Like, Willy Wonka's a pretty dark movie if you think about it. And the fact that they want to make a prequel to that, oh my gosh, please no. Especially without Gene Wilder, that just feels like such an insult. Angel said earlier that Yakuza was set in 87, so I thought I'd ask. Yeah. Yakuza 0 takes place in 87. So, or at least in the timeline. Let me double check. I don't want to, like, have that be committed to memory and it's actually wrong. Yakuza 0. Year. 1988. I was off by 1 year, but at least it's easier to remember. 88. I'd rather be called a Willy Wonka instead of an Antichrist. They feel calling him Antichrist. I don't know, man. Those thumbnails, they look kind of demonic to me. Like, how can you open your mouth that wide? I do find it funny that we have Kazuma Kiryu, and then his foster father is Kazama. It's like, really, Kiryu? You just, okay. Just change one letter.
カズマ。おやっさん。
Oya-san.
10年だ。俺はお前に何もしてやれなかった。
They couldn't even touch me.
全部俺がやったことです。おやっさんは何も。変わらねえな、お前だけは。おやっさん、何があったんすか？登場会は、それに、錦は。あったのか、あいつに。いえ。あいつはあの10年前の事件からすっかり変わっちまったんだ。妹にお前、弓を投したあいつはこの世界でのし上がるために手段を選ばなかった。俺はあいつが鬼になるのを止めてやれなかったんだ。おやっさん、もう一つお前に伝えなきゃならんことがある。弓のことだ。ええ。
お！
行方不明って。それなんだが、弓は。おやっさん！
Your aim sucks. A shoulder shot, really?
風間のおじき！てめえ！
You think I did it? I'm the one holding him.
Kiryu! Kiryu!
Oh my gosh, you guys are morons.
堂島の兄の次は風間か。
Do you see a gun anywhere?
島野。お前ら絶対に生きて返すんやないで。
Body bag? We're already at the graveyard, idiot! Get the casket. For you, not for me.
偽物じゃねえ。
Oh my gosh, here we go. Have a seat. Luigi and Waluigi. Yaro. Just threw him out the window.
Kazuma.
Yeah, that guy's fine. Kiryu never killed anybody.
弓を100億を頼む。行け。
Ike. Yo. Parkour. Huh, that's interesting. In Kiwami, you actually go through the building itself. I don't remember him jumping through the window. You bitch. Fuck. He had more iframes. My turn. Fuck. I have range on this guy. Oh my gosh, if you're not holding R1, you're gonna struggle. Wow, what are those hitboxes, dude? Thank you. Son of a bitch. Get up! Okay, there's a lot of dudes. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Fuck off. Fuck you. He didn't have to kick the doors down. Just slide them. Oh my gosh. On. Get up. There's that one guy just standing there. Any hidden goodies here? I bet this Shimano guy set up the sniper to shoot Kazuma. It was either him or Nishiki. Oh my gosh, camera! Does that mean I have 5 skill points? My goodness. I do. Alright. Square 4 times and then triangle. While being held by enemy, press X. Cool. Heat hold combo. Grab enemy and square. Alright. Cool. Look at this dude. Jeez. Oh, you do go through the building. Okay. I feel like I can just hop the fence. I really don't need to go through everybody. Jeez, that sounds like a freaking gunshot when I punch somebody. Come on! My turn. Get up. What the fuck? That missed? Oh man, I wanted to see them get screwed on the spear. Yeah, for some reason I still don't have heat moves with weapons yet. I think that actually might be the next thing here. There's something called ultimate weapon, this one. There you go. I got it. Watch that be like the only spear in the entire game. And I missed it. Yeah, this is just self-indulgent. I'm back in the building that I jumped out the window from. It's so silly. Come here. Jeez, that almost sounded like the frickin' metal pipe falling. Takes balls to break into the place you just broke out from. Yeah, it's a huge flex, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, wait your turn, asshole. Fuck you. Likely that lamp is blocking that guy's way. Fuck you. Oh my gosh. Hate losing to that. Jeez. I mean, I'm leveling up fast, that's the good thing. Like, this entire place is just to grind for the next boss. Oh, dodge grade 2, that's good. Like, being able to dodge twice is really nice in the Yakuza games. What the heck? They have all these guys here? Oh boy.
Mate!
ちょっと待って。
ここは通さへんで。
We'll see about that. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. Okay, it's not gonna let me get up. Oh my fucking gosh! That is really fucking annoying. Camera, work with me, please. There's like a prompt on the top right where it says hold. Oh my gosh. Finally! Bitch! Come on, get up. If this was Def Jam, I would have slammed his head on the car. What a cunt. Literally took the fall for you and you just have no sense of gratitude whatsoever. Kiryu threw away 10 years of his life for nothing. Oh dang, we're already on chapter 4? Jeez. I didn't realize we were doing a speed run. Thought that was like chapter 2. That was so smooth, he didn't even need to open the door. Oh my gosh.
世良勝氏の葬儀会場から届いた映像です。詳しい情報はまだ入っていませんが、一人の男性が突然暴れ出したとのことで、現場は大混乱になりました。男性の身元はまだ分かっていません。続報が入り次第お伝えします。
Kiryu is such a badass. Just, they recorded that entire fight, this one guy taking down like 50 dudes.
出所2日にしちゃ派手にやってんな。あんたは寂しいこと言うじゃねえか、キリュウ。伊達さん。
伊達さん。Damn, I wish I could recognize these PS2 dudes.
Kazama が？ああ、無事かどうかも今は。だが、風間の言ってたその100億という奴は何をお前に伝えようとしていた？わからない。そうか。伊達さん、なんで俺を助けるような真似？4か？あんた丸棒に10年前の堂島殺し。俺は上の意向を無視して突っ走って結果一家殺されて今つまらねえヤクザの相手してる。お前と同じ今じゃ組織の鼻つまみだ。女房と娘も愛想つかして出ていっちまった。お前に関わったおかげで人生が狂ったんだ。キリュウ、俺は今三代目の世良の殺しを追ってる。手風。あんたには助けてもらった借りがある。だが今の俺には登場界の100億が消え、三代目会長が殺された。そしてさっきの騒ぎの中心はお前。事件は動き出したんだ。桐生一馬の出所を待っていたようにな。持ってろ。
A cellular phone?
今じゃガキでも持ってるんだぜ。俺は100。
Look, you can even send text messages
お前はそ
and
のユミって女が
make cute faces with the parentheses and the semicolons. Why is Date dressed like Columbo? It's like standard detective attire. You need to at least have one trench coat if you trench coat if you become a detective. I think it's required. You need to have the trench coat. Specifically a brown one. Because a black trench coat might make you look like you're trying to be Matrix again. Or a black trench coat might make you look like you're the merchant from Resident Evil 4. Bacchus. The god of wine, Bacchus. Drowned more people than the god of the sea, Neptune. Wow. Call me on your cell phone. Izakaya, I think that's the name of the bar. I was trying to think of it earlier today because I watched like a YouTube video about like this type of bar in Japan where they're open from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. I think it's called Izakaya. And what makes this bar special is the fact that the hostesses actually drink with you, so it's kind of shocking that they can still work despite being a little drunk or tipsy. But I guess that's just the professionalism taking over. Like you just build a tolerance for alcohol. Okay. What? Yeah! Oh my gosh. This guy's hyped up when I thought he was drunk. Got really shiny shoes. Date's a detective? I believe so. Apparently he's focused on Yakuza crimes now. Not sure what he was doing before in Division 1. I guess... Oh, murder! I guess there. Which... I think it's kind of silly, because I feel like if you're going to be focusing on Yakuza crimes, then murder would also be a part of it, but... I guess the whole point of having separate divisions for stuff like this is just so that people are focused on, like, a specific area, and they're not doing too much. Like, they don't have too much on their plate, so... If you're doing, like, a Yakuza case, but it's a homicide, then you have to turn it over to the homicide team, and you go back and do Yakuza crime. Which is... I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's like, okay, but if it's drug-related, then you have to turn it over to Vice, right? So we have homicide, we have Vice. Is there, like, an arson division? I'm using L.A. Noire as an example. I've been quiet, but watching everything this game is a trip. Yeah, it is. It still holds up to this day, and I'm really curious how it compares to Kiwami, because I will go back and finish Kiwami, but, like, main priority is finish Yakuza 1 and 2. I'm not sure about 3. 3 is a kind of a weird one, but people say still play it anyway. Like, Yakuza 3 is considered to be, like, the beach episode of the series, where a lot of it's just filler, despite the fact that major characters die in 3. They're like, yeah, it's okay. It's just, I think a lot of people didn't want to play Yakuza 3 because a lot of it's focused on, like, running an orphanage on the beach, which is very relaxing, and I guess after Yakuza 1 and 2, you kind of do want a vacation, but I can imagine that for a lot of people, if Yakuza 3 is your first Yakuza game, it might actually turn you off from the series just because of how laid back it is in nature. Not that it doesn't kick into high gear later, it's just... To this day, Yakuza 3 is kind of the black sheep of the series. Like, people are on and off about whether or not you should skip it. But if the recent Yakuza game is any indication, it's all canon. Just frickin', it's all Kingdom Hearts. You have to play them all. Look at this dude. Suspicious man. He's finally found you. Where Rekka-chan is? Rekka-chan quit her job as a race queen all of a sudden? Huh. Bought that figurine. Guy's an otaku. You're an otaku too? Oh my gosh, this guy. The fuck?
Ooh.
It's crazy. Oh. You're spouting some bullshit at me just now. I'll say one thing, Kiwami, the fact that all of the fights are seamless, no load screen, it's really nice. It's like I can't block fast enough, there's like a delay on the block. Yeah, like a full second to hold the block button. It's not frame perfect to block, and that's frustrating. I was literally playing Dragon Ball FighterZ, and I was getting my blocks down pat, but here, 1 second. It takes 1 full second for Kiryu to block, and that's insane. Maybe there's a upgrade for that, because the blocking just feels like a problem. Did get the money though. An orphanage on the beach, yeah. In Yakuza 3, Kiryu. I mean, Kiryu isn't a part of the Yakuza since the first game. So, Yakuza 3, he's like, alright, look, for real this time, I'm going to retire. So he decides to run an orphanage on the beach, which is nice. Because it's like, alright, look, it goes full circle because he grew up on an orphanage, and now he kind of wants to give back to the community. Your dodge distance increases, instant evasion is possible. Oh my goodness. That is a good upgrade. Now we just need one for blocking. Old grade, rigid knowledge, okay. Huh? What's up, friend? What's the god of wine? It's about a bar called Bacchus. Do you know about it? Yeah, I was just there. Wow! You must be some kind of connoisseur. Okay. What a great name for a bar. Really? Oh, what I was saying. Oh, yeah, it's really interesting to see Kamurocho from a top-down view, like it's GTA. Like one of the classic GTA games. My Aniki asked me to look for someone. Yeah. Like, the guy I'm looking for is wearing a gray suit just like you. Really? Who's your Aniki? Shimano? Oh, boy. Yeah, I can't turn the camera, I can only zoom in. Haven't played it, but I remember watching 4-player podcast play. Oh man, that's classic. I still go back and watch their classic clips. The Condemned one, of course, being like the big one, but them playing Fear through the Fear series is fun too. I remember the first time I saw Fear, it was the frickin' ladder scare on their channel. You wanna fight? You got some nerve walking up to me all proud. I wasn't even close to you two. He's Yakuza? This guy looks like a bum. Everybody is Yakuza now? Oh my gosh, look at this bum. Excuse me. Bitch. Damn. Do it once. Essentially, yes, it's kind of like Devil May Cry in terms of difficulty. Why, in the original Devil May Cry, does it take 10 years to block? Sumimasen. Oh, sorry. Good cafe. This guy? I don't think so. I want to go in the cafe. How did those people in line get in? Oh, these guys aren't Yakuza? They're punks? Really? Oh my gosh. This world has gone upside down. These are like the most Yakuza men who've ever Yakuza'd. He's just dead. Oh my gosh, this guy. I like the fact that when you throw the cone on him, he just goes from standing to the floor, like just instantly, like no frames. And this rubber cone just shatters like it's glass. Like, how hard do you need to hit somebody with plastic for it to explode like that? Thank you. 10,000 yen? Wow. Just have that in your pocket. Can I go in the cafe? Oh, excuse me. It's really cute. This was just the guy outside. He just teleported to the counter. Kilimanjaro base. Arigato gozaimasu. What genre would you call Devil May Cry? Honest question. Yeah, it's a hack and slash. Like, the first Devil May Cry was even weirder because, like, it had the fixed cameras like Resident Evil, but it's hack and slash, so you really have to be aware of where you're facing. Brawlin' Bash. Bold and Brash. She's just standing there. A purse snatcher. He just ran away. I had some important stuff in there. Okay. You didn't tell me where he went. Oh gosh. Your face doesn't look familiar. This is the Shimano family's territory. Nope. I mean, this guy's face is about to be unrecognizable in a second. You got a golf club? Think you're Tiger Woods? And he missed. Oh my gosh! Jeez. He just keeps doing it. Man, I hit him out of the animation. Usually when a enemy is airborne, they have iframes. Like, I'm so used to seeing it, it's frustrating. But I'm glad you can actually hit them out of the air. Oh! My gosh, he was right here the whole time. Yeah, Kiryu is essentially Spider-Man. He's just going around town solving crimes. Oh, I still have the pipe! That's cool! How about I take your weapon? Kind of slow, though. I mean, no wonder you lost to the pipe. This thing sucks. Get up. Freaking metal pipe sound. Some games are good to play when you're mad and want to beat some ass. Yakuza is a game for you. And Dead Rising, yeah. Funny enough, I was actually watching a walkthrough on how to save all the survivors in Dead Rising. And at the very beginning, the guy just straight up says, yeah, you're not doing this on your first playthrough. Like, on your first playthrough, just focus on building XP, and then, like, do a new game, and then on the second playthrough, you can get all the survivors. Because you literally do not have enough health or, like, skills to beat all the bosses to rescue all the survivors on your first playthrough. I think the same thing happened to me on Dead Rising 2. Like, I think at a certain point, I just said, you know what, fuck it. I'm hitting new game so that I can carry over my skills. And I beat the game on my second playthrough, which is hilarious because I didn't even finish my first playthrough before I hit the New Game Plus option. So it's so weird to have, like, a game just have New Game Plus available at any time. Guy wants sake. Can probably get one from this convenience store. Let me give this lady her purse back first. And unsurprisingly, Def Jam Fight for New York, a lot of the developers from the Yakuza games actually worked on it, and that's why Def Jam Fight for New York's combat is really satisfying. An autographed picture of my favorite celebrity, Yoshi. Yoshi! I can't give you this picture, but here's something for your help. 10,000 yen! Thank you. And XP. Goodness gracious, you level up so much in this game. I love it. I'm glad this game in particular isn't just like, yeah, you did this one task, we're only gonna give you like half XP. But no, like, man, you get so much. All right. Quick stand. That sounds good. Okay, more health. Move analog stick and press any button. Rigid knowledge. Effect is activated during heat mode. It becomes harder to be knocked down during heat mode. That's good. And God Hand. God Hand is tricky, but once you get, like, a good combo, like, you figure out, or if not figure it out for yourself, or look up a walkthrough on, like, what is the best combo to have equipped. Like, God Hand is really fun. Like, if your combo is tight, the only thing you have to worry about now is just dodging. And crowd control. Like, once you got that down pat, like, God Hand is such a treat to play. I mean, it is fucking hard. Like, if you have, like, a really crappy combo that has, like, long startup times, you're not gonna get anything done. But once you, like, master, like, the mechanics, and you get the ones that you actually need, because the pitfall is investing all your experience points on, like, hard-hitting but slow skills. You'll never be able to execute them. Like, you won't be able to do the full combo because all your attacks are so slow. And also, it is tricky because God Hand doesn't exactly explain this to you. You just have to figure it out. And I think that's why a lot of people got turned off on God Hand, because, like, it's learn fast or die trying. And, like, they don't make games like that anymore. Like, you really need to, like, teach people, like, that is possible. Like, it is ridiculous. Like, if you're to boot up Dragon Ball FighterZ right now, there are 2 places you can go to for a tutorial. Actually, no, 3. There's the story mode that has the tutorial baked into the matches. There's the actual, like, combo tutorial that you have for each specific character that you can go to on the bottom left of the map. And then, not even too far away, is a dojo you can visit where specific characters will teach you different mechanics in the games that you can, like, in the game that you can master. So you have, like, 3 different places for a tutorial on the same fighting game. They want to be as thorough as possible. Which is great, because, you know, Guilty Gear is known for having a really good tutorial, and it is good. I think my only issue with the Guilty Gear tutorial is, for some reason, they use, like, platforming as a way to teach the player how to jump. And it can get really frustrating at times, because it's like, fighting games don't exactly have the best platforming, and being forced to do it just to learn how to do jump attacks, it's a bit much. But aside from that, Arc System Works, they know their fighting games. They really want to teach people how to play them. Yeah. It's... I like games when they give you, like, a half and half, where if you really want to learn the game mechanics, like, thoroughly, you can take the time to do it. Like, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, they do... Bloodborne, they do a really good job with that, because, like, the tutorial is just messages on the ground that you can just walk over if you don't feel like reading them. Like, you want to figure stuff out on your own, then fine. And I think that's great, and you don't even need internet. That's part of the game experience. You start up a new game, and you just see messages on the floor that you can read, or just walk over. Yeah. Of course, you know, part of the fun with any kind of video game is just learning stuff on your own, but not if you're getting your ass kicked. If we can get a God Hand 2, has potential to be a defining game of a generation, it just needs to be fine-tuned, yeah. The closest we've had in this generation, at least, is Sifu, but Sifu is a completely different beast from God Hand. It uses a lot of mechanics from God Hand, but, like, it does not have the customizable combos that God Hand was, that God Hand had, which just pushes the skill ceiling even higher up. Like, this is what you can do with basic combos. This is what you can do with a customized combo that's been fine-tuned to just be the most effective in every situation. And even then, even if you had like the best combo in the game, you still need to be able to get your timing down, your positioning, just learning the boss patterns. So yeah, the closest we've gotten to a God Hand 2 is Sifu, but there still needs to be an actual God Hand 2, which, who knows? Capcom is still focused on Resident Evil and Street Fighter these days. I'm glad they brought back Ghost Trick, so there's hope. Who knows? Maybe there might be a God Hand remastered. You never know. If Capcom owns God Hand, I thought that was Clover. Like, who owns God Hand now? Does Shinji still have it? God Hand 2 God Hands. 2 God to 2 hands. A god with 2 hands. I like experimenting with different moves and specials. It's fun as fuck. It's the reason I play Dark Souls so many times. All the weapons have different moves. Yeah, it's so fun. Like, I'm glad that with games like Dark Souls, when you have like a certain build, it just grants you an access to like a multitude of weapons. You're not just stuck with one weapon. You can try out like different types. Now, it does become tricky when you start upgrading these weapons because some upgrade materials are more rare than others. So yeah, it does sometimes feel like you're stuck with one weapon because you can't upgrade the other weapons. But that's what New Game Plus is for, and even then, New Game Plus is a gamble because they make the bosses harder on each playthrough. But because you are leveling up your character, it might be a bit before you actually hit the ceiling on what you can manage. Like, I think the most I've ever done is like Bloodborne, New Game Plus 2, and after that I just stopped. Like, I'm good. Like, I don't want to die to a boss from a single hit anymore. This guy, he stood no chance to the pipe. Oh man. Like, you know that's a problem. He's drunk and he felt every single hit of that. Oh my gosh, that guy. I only play Souls games online. The community aspect is a huge part of the experience for me. Yeah, I love, like, teaming up with people. I don't really care much for invasions, like, at all. It's really inconvenient because the bosses themselves are already, like, an endurance trial. Whoa. So, yeah, getting invaded, that sucks. Usually, the people invading you are using, like, the most broken shit ever, so there's that. Irashai. Oh.
Kiryu-chan.
I love reading people's messages and getting a feel for the game and leaving my own dumb messages. Yeah, actually feel like you're helping out when you warn people about, like, an upcoming ambush.
驚いちゃった。
悪いことしたな。
今に始まったことじゃないけどね。
レイナ。
Sifu is more timing and less fun than God Hand. Its difficulty comes from its realism. Yeah, like, Sifu is freaking lethal. But that's a lot of the fun, because, like, you have to keep up on the offense and then manage your defense. Like, learning what attacks are effective on certain enemies.
ここに水木って女の人が訪ねてきたの。彼女、沢村由美の妹ですって言ったわ。
由美に妹が？
うん。でも妹がいたことは由美ちゃんも知らなかったはずよ。由美ちゃんだけ生まれてすぐ生き別れになったんですって。
そうだったのか。で、今その水木は？
それが詳しくはわからないの。水木ちゃん、ちょくちょくここに顔出してくれてね。そのうち由美ちゃんがいたこの店で働きたいって。4年くらいいたんだけど、去年急に自分の店を持つことになったの。
God Hand is more difficult because of the outrageousness of everything. Yeah, agreed. Like, they just dial everything up to 11. Like, Seafood never gets to, like, God Hand's levels of just ridiculous opposition. Like, the whole thing with the demons, too. It's like, okay, you defeated an enemy, and they suddenly get back up, and they're, like, harder hitting and more lethal than ever before. Like, Seafood kind of does that a little bit. Like, sometimes an enemy, like, you try to finish them off with a special attack, and then they just get pissed off, and they push you off. It's like, that's as close as that they've gotten to, like, the whole demon thing. But God Hand, it's like, no, the demon is essentially a freaking boss. Not a specialized enemy. Like, this boss can absolutely just waste you right here and now. And the funny thing is, they know the game is hard. They have, like, a built-in mechanic where you can grovel to lower the difficulty. Like, it's not like a menu thing where you just go into the menu and just switch it to easy mode. No, you have to, like, deliberately press grovel to get on your freaking knees and beg for the game to be easier.
そのタワーの裏に小さなバーがあるの。マスターは飲食店の元締めみたいな人よ。新しい店が
Clover became Platinum Games.
必ず連絡が行くわ。アレスの場所もきっとね。
そのバーの名前は
バッカス。
What's Platinum doing these days? Dark Souls 2 combat actually was working and didn't have weird-ass glitch text like Dark Souls 1. I will say that I've yet to encounter an online invasion in Dark Souls 3. I thought they closed the servers for that, or did they bring them back up? So funny thing about the Millennium Tower, it's not built yet in Yakuza 0. So it's just like, it's where all the hobos hang out in Yakuza 0. Oh. Moshi Moshi. How'd you get my number? Okay. The servers are up again for all games. I'm not sure when they were brought back, but they were out for like 2 years. Wow. Well, I'm glad they didn't give up on it. That's nice. Okay, before I forget, I do want to give that hobo some sake, which maybe I can get from the convenience store, because it might be like a side mission. Or at least a year and a half, some outrageous length of time. Speaking of servers, I believe on the 30th, November 30th, on Steam, and I think the next-gen consoles, they're starting the Dragon Ball FighterZ rollback netcode beta, so that's gonna be fun. Hopefully. Shit, that took them like 3 years. 3 years to implement rollback netcode, but I'm glad that they didn't give up on it, because people have been asking for it, and to this day, people are still playing Dragon Ball FighterZ. Like, there hasn't been a Dragon Ball FighterZ 2 or a Dragon Ball FighterZ Game of the Year edition, it's just been Dragon Ball FighterZ. Which, I think, you know, once they get, like, the rollback netcode working, that's when they can be like, alright, now we're releasing, like, a Game of the Year edition that has all the DLC. And who knows, maybe they'll be like, oh, look, we're starting Season 5. Yakisoba. Just get cat food. Just have rope? Okay. Oh, but seriously though, the convenience store sandwiches in Japan are amazing, and they're so fresh. It's like straight out of the bakery, right into the convenience store. Oh, in Yakuza 5, if you go into the convenience store, you can actually read, like, a few chapters from Shonen Jump with the stuff that was, like, in circulation at the time, so... Shoot, that's another thing. Yakuza 5 got remastered for Steam, and I think the newer consoles as well. I think due to, like, licensing issues, they had to remove certain things, so I'm wondering if somebody has a mod that actually restores it. I think they do, because Yakuza 3, another reason why Yakuza 3 is kind of like the black sheep of the series, they removed content during localization. One of the biggest ones was, I think, it was like a hostess club, and the funny thing is, a hostess club is, like, a big part of the Yakuza games, where you can just walk into, like, this club, and just pay to, like, talk to girls. So, yep, that's just the culture. But yeah, they took that out in Yakuza 3 for some reason. So, I think there was a mod for the Steam release that restores most of the content, if not all of them. Oh. You drink like a fish, I respect that. Coin locker key number 12. Thanks. Oh, I did buy that Vietnam shooter that's on sale, so we'll have to play that at some point. Maybe stream it if it's entertaining enough. Yeah. I reinstalled it because I had to make space for RoboCop, but yeah, I reinstalled it, so there's a couple of things I want to like help you out with the game because it doesn't take that long to learn, honestly. Like they have like a YouTube playlist that you can watch in the game itself. It's like, all right, this is how to be an infantryman, this is how to be a commander, and just stuff like that. And I didn't really have to do much as far as the controls go. Like, all I really did was, to equip a bayonet on your rifle, I switched that to Alt, because I like using the X button to switch the fire mode, like to go from full auto to semi-auto, which I don't really do that often, but I like having that button as my go-to button to switch fire modes. Like, I don't really switch off from full auto on that game. Like, I know how to control my shots, so I don't need to force myself to go single shot. But, you know, options there. Other thing, because of my mouse has, like, multiple buttons on it. One of the mouse buttons I use to point out where the enemy is. Because, even if you don't take down a target, you can still point in the general direction of the target, and it will mark that area for your squad mates to see. So it's like, okay, I saw somebody going into the forest, like right there, forest, jungle. I shot at him, but I don't think he's dead, so I'll click the button, and it will point at that direction, and everybody on my squad will see where I just pointed at, so they'll be aware of that. Other things, and this goes with anything, whether you're attacking or defending, if you're the first person who gets spotted, you're dead. So it would behoove you to move slow when you're in an area that you know there's enemies. I mean, if there's a sniper, there's not much you can do about that. But thankfully, unlike, let's say, Battlefield, Rising Storm 2 and Rising Storm 1 has like a limit on how many snipers are on the map. Typically 2 on each team. So let's say that there's like 30 people on each team, so like 30 and 30. Yeah, 2 snipers on each team, so grand total of 64. So out of like everybody on the field, there's only 2 snipers. And that's a big relief because snipers can lock down locations pretty well. And that's why whenever you need to do like an objective, it behooves you to just move in as a team. Squad leaders have smoke grenades that are really useful, and if you're in a position where you're the squad leader, you need to like throw those out like at the objective or before, just so that you guys can move in close. Other tips, hip fire is generally inaccurate unless you're walking. Then wherever your gun barrel is, you'll typically be on the direction of what you're shooting at. I mean, honestly, the only reason why you would ever hip fire is if you just caught off guard, which tends to happen. And I think it's funny too, because like the game allows you to customize your character quite extensively. Like you can customize your character on like what team you're on or what role you're playing. Like the commander is going to look different from the machine gunner, the pilot's going to look different from the sniper, that kind of thing. But the default outfit for like all the characters is already super good. Like you typically do not want to switch out from your fatigues because it's like you're sacrificing your camouflage just to look cooler. And I kid you not, one of the go-to strategies for a lot of people is to make your character black so you don't have to apply any camouflage. Like that's a legit strategy in the game. They straight up say, hey, if you want to have an easier time on the night maps, just make your character black. Like people just do it. It's like don't take offense to it. That is like a legit strategy. Just one less thing to worry about. You don't need to worry about camouflage. So, or if you're on the Viet Cong side, if you make your character look as close as possible to an American soldier, like it gives you an advantage because they're gonna hesitate to shoot you because you look like them. So yeah, for the Viet Cong, you're gonna try to make your soldier look as military as possible. Don't make yourself look like a frickin' insurgent. And for the American side, it's like just go with default. Like don't give yourself a beret. Don't, you know, give yourself sunglasses. Just be default Dan, and you'll have a good time. Except not really, because, you know, I think a huge flex is just having the worst camouflage possible and still winning. like people on the American team would be like going shirtless with like white bandages on their arms and their chest, and you can see them from a mile away, and yet they have like a positive KDR because they know what they're doing. So, or they're playing sniper, because who gives a shit? Just be like a mile away from the battlefield and just take pot shots, and okay, you don't really care about camouflage at that point. But yeah, Rising Storm 2 is pretty fun. It's probably the most I'll tolerate for military shooters. I think the next one though would be Ready or Not, even though that's not military. It's a SWAT. You're a special tactics and training, what? Special weapons and tactics team. There you go, SWAT. So yeah, I mean, I like the idea that if I shoot an enemy in the chest with a fucking AK, they go down. Just instantly, like no recovery. Like you can heal in Rising Storm 2, but only if you get shot in like the arm or the leg or just somewhere non-vital. And even then, the healing animation is super long. It's not like Far Cry, where you just pull the bullet out with your teeth. It's like you really need somebody to cover you if you need to heal. And if you don't heal fast enough, you just bleed to death, so there's that. Typically, when you get shot, you don't get back up, and that's as real as it can be. But yeah, Rising Storm 2 would be really fun to stream. Like, whether or not you want to stream it immediately, like you're still trying to figure out the game, or if you want to just get used to just how the game plays first, and then we'll schedule a stream together. That'd be fun. I'm down. I'm down to town. Down to clown. But yeah, how's it going, logistics? I've got stuff that I'm avoiding working on. Yeah, that's story of my life. Not really so much avoiding it, but there's more pressing matters. That's the thing about having so many projects at once. You kind of focus on your favorites and be like, oh, I really want to do that other one though. And you kind of guilt trip yourself into eventually doing it. And it's like, why didn't I do this one in the first place? It was so fast. But yeah, I get it. I feel that. No joke, Kiryu is wide in this game. Like, in the cutscenes, like, he looks like a triangle in a suit sometimes. An upside-down triangle. I'm gonna mess you up. Oh gosh. She's into it. I still have the metal pipe. Where'd this guy come from? I swear this metal pipe is gonna be like the go-to weapon in this game. Yeah! Fight me yourself, cowardly woman. A true equalizer. Alright. Round 2? Really? Thought that was like a side mission. That was just like a random encounter with dialogue. Oh gosh. I was eating a hamburger at this place and I found a cockroach in it. Oh boy. That's literally impossible. What the f- is this guy bothering you? Oh gosh. Why is that even an option to pay this man? Like, are you an idiot? I don't even have 100,000 yen on me. I mean, if you're so inclined to collect that insurance money, how about I just give it to you this way? Come on, buddy. Just doesn't get old. He's dead. You didn't have to pull back the camera like that. It was like a comedy shot. Oh my gosh. And that guy's Yakuza? He just looks like a random guy from Home Depot. Oh my gosh. $50,000 yen? Goodness. You're like halfway to paying that guy. Alright, well, you know, I'll go ahead and spend it on a burger because you're so generous. Smile burger. What happened to the Big Bang burger? I tried a teriyaki burger in Japan and it was wonderful. And you know, it's been years since I went to McDonald's, but I'm like, look, I'm in Japan. I want to go to their McDonald's. Oh, and you know how McDonald's has like an apple pie? Well, because like I went to Japan in October, they had like a Halloween theme going. So they had like a chocolate pie that had like a little cat theme on it, which is cute. Like a black cat. So yeah, teriyaki burger and a chocolate pie. Oh yeah, we were talking about Rising Storm. Has Kiryu killed more people after prison than before prison? Yeah, after prison. Well, actually, hang on. He killed a lot of people in Yakuza 0. In quotation marks, obviously, but in Yakuza 0, he got into, like, this highway chase, and he was using a fucking handgun to, like, blow up cars and helicopters, so... I mean, he... Remember, Kiryu has never killed anybody, but man, he made those cars and helicopters explode with that frickin' pistol, so... it's questionable. Like, people don't talk about it. In fact, that was like a huge point in Yakuza 0 that Kiryu has never killed anybody. Like, ever. Like, he was known as the Dragon of Dojima, but he's never killed anybody. Okay, but there is one cutscene, and I need to see it, because I saw it in Kiwami, and I want to see it in the original. But in one cutscene, Kiryu uses somebody as a human shield while this guy had like a machine gun. And it's like, okay, technically Kiryu didn't kill that guy. He wasn't the one holding the trigger, but the fact that they zoom out after the guy dies to the traffic cone. Oh gosh, that's the best. Okay, yeah, Kiryu used this one guy as like a human shield so that he doesn't get machine gunned to death. I'm like, okay, well, technically Kiryu didn't kill that guy, but he straight up just used him as a human shield. Like, he held him down and everything. So I'm like, okay, I think it's this one. I'm not sure if it's Yakuza 1 or 2, but yeah, there's a cutscene where that happens. Okay. Shabby coat received. Can I just... Do I just automatically equip it, or... No shame in visiting the American Embassy. Yeah. Okay, with the handgun, though, the guy in the helicopter had a rocket launcher, and Kiryu was able to shoot the rocket as it was coming out of the rocket launcher. It explodes, and it takes the helicopter down with it. So technically, the handgun didn't do it. It was the rocket that he shot, but still. That is one hell of a shot. For somebody who's never killed anybody, this guy is like dead shot. Like, shots that are just impossible he's able to nail first try. In a moving vehicle. One-handed. Like, he didn't even use two hands to hold the pistol, he just fired it with one hand. Like Clint Eastwood. You care much for the Insurgency series? I played it once, and it was okay, but I didn't play the sequel. I guess, for me, with the Insurgency series, like, I think during that time, I was more into, like, Red Orchestra. Like, I really loved the World War II setting. And it was really tough trying to get into Insurgency because, like, it's just M16s and AKs. We're just going full auto everywhere. And with Red Orchestra, I liked how a lot of the strategy is with, like, bolt-action rifles. And only specialized classes had access to full auto weaponry, which, again, made things a lot more strategic, and you really had to plan your pushes because you can't just, like, hip-fire a machine gun and be fine. Rising Storm is the exception, which is hilarious because, like, I couldn't get into Insurgency, but I'm fine getting into Rising Storm 2. despite the fact that we're using M16s and AKs. And I guess it's just because of the Vietnam setting, which is just a setting that's not really covered a lot in video games. I think is really appealing. And just the way the game mechanics are just fascinating to me, like how the Viet Cong, they have access to the tunnels with their squad leaders, while, you know, the American side, they have, you know, basically the air cavalry, just calling down napalm and airstrikes and artillery, recon planes. Viet Cong, they have the forced march. They have their own version of artillery. They have anti-aircraft weaponry, which is pretty true to form, despite America having an amazing air cavalry. Yeah, the Viet Cong were not messing around with their anti-aircraft positioning. Just trying to get a helicopter in any location was already a gamble. But with those things around, it's... Jeez. So yeah. And plus, I don't get too bogged down with, like, losing matches. Like, it's just part of the experience anyway. And it's funny, too, because it's like, you already know the real history with Vietnam, and it's like, okay, it's not like the biggest heartbreaker in the world if the American team loses this match. It's like, well, yeah. like what happened in real life, man? It was a massacre. So I don't take it as personally as, like, something like Red Orchestra or, yeah, whatever game where it doesn't feel right when the American team loses. It's like, you did a disservice to history, so to speak. Yeah. And again, I think I prefer the setting a little bit more. Like, the Middle East setting is a lot more touchy, I guess, just because it's recent and it's still ongoing. But that doesn't stop me from, you know, playing stuff like Call of Duty Modern Warfare or Battlefield 4. Because, you know, Modern Warfare is fun to play in video games, not experienced in real life, and, you know, that's kind of the point. Also, vehicles are fun. That's why I like, you know, Red Orchestra and Rising Storm 2. They got the vehicles, which is fun. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's tanks in Rising Storm 2. At least, not on the official maps. Oh, that's another thing I should bring up. Rising Storm 2, for the life of me, for the life of everybody, please do not use the auto match option. They will put you in a match where there's, like, hackers and whatnot. Like, you just have to find those maps where it doesn't have Mega and it doesn't have, like, default title in the name. Like, you actually need to find, like, a specialized server, which there are still a handful. Like, there's a lot of dedicated people playing Rising Storm 2, thankfully. But a lot of people get tricked into playing those mega servers, and they're just a mess. And, you know, there's a rumor has it that you get a fucking virus playing on those servers. Which, I don't know, but that doesn't make me feel comfortable anyway. So yeah, if you're gonna play Rising Storm 2, do not use auto match and do not join Mega and don't join anything that doesn't have, like, a specified name that says it's, like, official maps only, or, you know, you'll know when you see it. True gamer, Kazuma Kiryu. No lead pipe sound effects on hit, 0 out of 10. Yeah, I need to add that in post. Oh gosh. Your girl.
Oh.
$10,000 yen? Yo, don't touch me. Man, this is like the second time this has happened today. Like, I have to applaud the gall of these bitches. They see a guy like Kiryu walking around, they're like, yeah, he looks like somebody who's a sucker. Just the one guy. Let's get funky. Yeah. Jeez, man. He did not stand a chance. Now that I'm getting the rhythm for the combat, it's just like pop, pop, pop. Watching motherfuckers drop. How can you be so strong? Go man, 20,000. Wait. I'm good. Don't touch me. Like, you weren't even loyal to that guy? How are you supposed to be loyal to me? So that's interesting, like, with the older Yakuza games, like, the side missions are, like, really quick. It's usually just, like, one person, you do them, and you're done. You're not really, like, doing, like, a checklist of things to do. Not like the later games where side missions have, like, their own, like, character arcs. Of course, you know, the gold standard being Yakuza 0, like, each side mission was its own little story. And I feel like playing Yakuza 0 and not doing the side stories would be like robbing yourself like half of the game. Because you get so many fun character moments with both Kiryu and Majima. Oh my gosh. I thought I was gonna fight those dudes, like, walking down the street, but no, it's this guy. Oh. It is funny, too, because, like, playing Yakuza, it's like, man, Japan must be a really dangerous place. You can't walk, like, one block without getting into a fight. But no, it's just video games. And maybe it's because Kiryu's a little drunk, maybe? That's actually a mechanic. If you are a little drunk in Yakuza, like, you get into more fights. So if you're just itching to put your combat skill can't even talk. If you're itching to get your combat skill up, yeah, just get drunk. Just get drunk, play Yakuza. Not the other way around. Tell you one thing, it is a great way to making money. See, these guys! Oh my gosh. Messed up my shoulder. I don't have time for this. There's no way I'm paying. So I was right. And that's clever too, there's 3 of them, so when they walk down the street, they cover so much space, you're going to bump into them. That's actually a genius strategy. Just walk around with your friends, and if anyone bumps into you, you just file in the insurance. Yo! Is there not a heat animation for this? Oh, here. I can't remember which one it was. It might actually be in multiple Yakuza games. But there's one where you lift a guy up on your shoulder and then you just drop him on the fence. And it's so simple, but it's so brutal to see. It's like, oh my gosh. That would paralyze you for life, if not outright killing you. But remember, Kiryu has never killed anybody. Gotta head out for now. Thanks for the stream. Take care. Thanks for stopping by, Zardafrin. Bye-bye. Apparently there's actually a lot of freeaboos in Japan, according to the very experienced people of Reddit. Speaking of Vietnam, the F4 Phantom 2 is the best looking multi-role fighter of them all. See, that's the thing, like, I know, like, a lot of the new planes they have in development only focus on, like, one aspect, whether it be, like, stealth or, you know, stealth bombing. But, you know, gone are kind of the days of just having something that just does everything. Which I get it, because, you know, it's a lot more expensive to make. Have something be the jack of all trades, good on a lot of fronts, but... And plus, with planes getting faster and faster, like, you don't really need to worry too much about getting into dogfights. Either the plane is too fast, or it's undetectable. Like, those are the two main things. So it's gotten to a point where most of the time, like, you want to just have people who know how to get in and get out. Not like before, where if you're going to do this mission, you're going to have to expect a lot of combat. And that's what's fun about Ace Combat. It exists in a reality where dogfighting is just part of the war experience. It's like, there's not going to be a plane that's so fast it won't get into a fight. or too stealthy that it can't be seen. You ever think you'll do multiplayer game night for something like Battlefield or other games? Yeah, I did test the waters a little bit with Left 4 Dead, and that's always a go-to. As far as, like, Battlefield games go, it's tricky because the EA servers are just kind of a mess. At least on PC. On PlayStation 4, it wasn't too bad, but on PC, like, there's a hacker on every other map. It's really frustrating. Like, you'll get sniped by a submachine gun from across the map. That's how bad it was, playing Battlefield 1 specifically. So, I don't know. Maybe, if I can, like, host, like, a private server, that'd be fun, but I'm not sure if, like, we can get, like, 64 people, to sign in at the same time and play my server, but we'll see. I don't really play ranked games. It's not like I'm worried about getting stream sniped or whatever. It's like, if I'm not playing the objective, I'm not playing the game at all, so you're just gonna see me running around anyway. So, I think stream sniping is only an issue if you're, like, camping, which I guess it is a problem if you have to defend an objective. But yeah, I definitely do want to do, like, a game night where I'm, like, playing something that just has a lot of people and anyone can join in. I actually talked to Reinaga. He just got Rising Storm 2 on the Steam sale, so definitely want to get a stream of that going, you know, once get the hang of things anyway. Like, I'm only level 11 on Rising Storm 2, but again, I've played a good chunk of Red Orchestra, so it's not like I'm completely lost. It's just like any other war game, a lot of it is up to chance, which is fun in its own way. I would take playing, like, a Battlefield type game over a Battle Royale You know, it's getting late at night when I can't even talk. I'll take a Battlefield type game over a Battle Royale game any day, because with a Battle Royale game, like, not only do you have to worry about, like, what your opposition is going to be like, but getting, like, crappy material. And just, it's really fun when you win, but it feels so bad when you lose. It's like an all or nothing kind of game, and I understand the appeal, but I don't think I'll ever go back to Apex Legends or Fortnite. Like, I played Fortnite back on Season 2, and I'm like, yeah, this game's not really for me. I mean, I understand the appeal, but I'm good. Or Call of Duty Warzone. Like, yeah, I gave Call of Duty Warzone is fun, but again, it's like just the feeling of being so close to victory and then losing it. It's like all that time gathering resources and armor just kind of went to waste. So yeah, massive respect to the people who are really good at the game, because I thought it was the funniest thing. Like, Fortnite had, like, one of the biggest controversies being matchmaking. Like, when they switched to skill-based matchmaking, everybody's like, why is all the matches sweaty? And it's like, because you're being paired up against people who are at your level. So yeah. So at least with a battlefield type games, like you don't really need to worry too much about that. I mean, there's still a little bit of skill-based matchmaking, but because there's so many people on the map, you're definitely going to be fighting against people who are going to be worse than you. So you're not just going to get steamrolled all the time. So that's nice. And I know that there's that one game, was it like Battle Block Theater, where there's like 200 people on the map? So that's cool. I can imagine just how chaotic it is if there's just like 50 people in the same like Squarespace. Not Squarespace, not the website. Like the same general vicinity. Like they had that one game on PlayStation 3, Mag. I just died to a jab. But I'm not sure if they tested it out, if you can have everybody on the map just be in like one location. Or is it like purposely like segmented so the game doesn't crash? Because if your game slows down because there's too many people on the screen, you know, doing their thing, playing their animations, I can only imagine how chaotic something like Battlefield or Battle Block Theater would be if just 50 people were in like one building. Like, would the whole thing just crash? Get drunk, make money. Yeah, that... Like, I'm running into so many fights, I can't even get to the story. Getting drunk was a mistake. Said by no alcoholic ever. Why did he give up? Oh my gosh, he's already dead, Kiryu! Ah! He's still punching him! It's like the screen is already fading to black, just let him go! Oh, how can you be so strong? Jeez, man. Kiryu's actually John Mulaney. John Mulaney? Is that the guy who, played, What's New Pussycat, like, 8 times in that one restaurant? Oh my gosh. Jeez. Yeah, look at Kiryu, he's like a triangle. Those shoulders are like football pads. You did this? She just went full John Wick.
私が来たらみんなもう
何しにここに？
お母さん探して私いろんなとこで聞いて
お前、名前は？とにかくここを出るぞ。
I mean, you came in and everyone was dead. Why didn't you just turn around and just keep running? Why did you go inside and traumatize yourself for life. Like, you should have seen, like, the first body and be like, oh, I went to the wrong place. Must have been the bar next door, not this one. But no, she went inside the bar and she picked up a gun and hid behind the counter. That's hardcore. Battlefield 4 on PC is pretty nice. Honestly, you'd be lucky to scrape together enough for a full squad. Yeah. That's a tricky thing with a lot of these older games or niche titles. Like, it's tough to keep it going. Like, even Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead 1, I still go back and play it because I like the game balance a lot more. On Left 4 Dead 1. But it's really tough to actually get into official servers now. I think they're slowly but surely taking them out of service. Like, the only servers available, even on official maps, are just, like, modded maps on Left 4 Dead 1. And even Left 4 Dead 2, like, I was having a hard time playing No Mercy on Left 4 Dead 2, and they just kept giving me modded maps. Like, even after all this time, it would have been nice if you actually got, like, a proper server browser, so you're not just stuck with, like, a goofy one where you run, like, 200 miles per hour and have infinite ammo. Shit. Did I mess that up? Oh, damn it. I did a story mission when I should have done that side mission. Damn it! Alright, well, for funsies, I'll make a separate save on a different location and go back and do that one. Because, honestly, I didn't really do much aside from just beat up a lot of punks and take their money. Yeah. So that's it, just money. Whoa!
Yes,
You have to be some sort of, like, psychopath to beat up on a Shiba Inu.
やめてよ。
Bitch!
おい、大丈夫かよ。何あんた。
俺は今日大変な一日でな。すこぶる機嫌が悪いんだ。
はあ？
運が悪かったんだよ。お前らは。
そう？
Really? This entire gang is fine with you beating up on a puppy?
おじさんの方だよ。
Oh, that guy has a metal pipe. It's a little silly that he drops the pipe after doing the special move. Come on, get up. Oh my gosh, get up. Get up, bitch. Right in the nuts. Deserved. BattleBit Remastered is not BattleBlock Theater. They're somewhat different games. Oh, yeah, BattleBlock Theater is that platformer, right? BattleBit Remastered is the one with, like, hundreds of players in one match.
So
でもこの子お腹空かせてるみたいなの。こんなに痩せちゃってるし。
お前、母親はどこにいるんだ？
え？
探してるんだろ？
わからない。今日ずっと探してたんだけど。
家は？お前、家がないのか？
孤児院、黙って出てきた。
お前、孤児院にいたのか？じゃあお前。
お前じゃない。
ん？
私ははるか、お前じゃない。おじさんは？
ああ、桐生一馬だ。
ねえ、お願い。この子に何か食べさせてあげて。このままじゃ死んじゃうかも。
かわいそうかもしれないけど、今助けてやってもまたこんな目に遭うかもしれない。仕方ねえことだ。
そんな、でもほっとけないよ。おじさん。
Gonna stuff my gonna stuff my face or something? Yeah, that sounds good. I'm pretty hungry myself. I'd say this is a pretty good stopping point. Been streaming for 4 hours, man. Just blew by. The game's really fun. I'm glad even to this day, that guy's like just gyrating. I'm glad to this day the game is like super fun. Still holds up. You know, it's like playing Metal Gear Solid 1. Like, yeah, a couple things are janky, but I still enjoyed my time playing MGS1. Like, there's a reason why these games are still, like, beloved to this day. You know, the story, the music, the gameplay mechanics, as rough as they can be, they still set up a wonderful foundation for the rest of the series. But yeah. Okay, good. Look at that. My last save was at 3 hours and 26 minutes, so me going back and doing that one side mission I missed isn't, like, that big of a deal. But yeah. Probably do that, next time I stream this game. And I definitely want to do another game night stream, just to change... I can't even talk. I do want to do a game night stream where we do a multiplayer game. Probably Rising Storm 2. If not Left 4 Dead 2, Rising Storm 2, because the main focus is just to have like a game that still has some decent servers up, and we're not going to be struggling to find people to hop into the match, whether it be from the stream or just from, you know, random matchmaking. I used to have Killing Floor 2 installed, but that game is like 90 gigabytes, and I had to make space for Like a Dragon and Rising Storm 2. And Rising Storm 2 is not a slouch either. That's like 40 to 50 gigabytes, but, you know, love that game. So yeah. Gonna have to plan what the next stream is, but I'll definitely make like an announcement post in the community tab, which, not sure what's going on with that. I think YouTube is just kind of on and off about whether or not they want to show community tabs to people. I think shorts are the priority now on YouTube. Like, more than actual regular videos, YouTube shorts are the ones that get featured the most. I think they really are trying to compete against TikTok and Instagram, so that's pretty... Wish them the best of luck, because I think the whole blocking ad block was a huge Okay, for a second there I thought that guy had a knife. Just walking around with a knife like that guy. But that's just a phone, I think. Him and his Gucci bag. But yeah, I think the whole blocking ad block just kind of put a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths regarding YouTube, which, when you spend a lot of time on YouTube, that taste just never leaves your mouth. You kind of get used to it. But yeah, thanks for joining in, everybody. Logistics, Reinaga, and anyone else who's still here. Thanks for stopping by. Y'all have a fantastic night. Bye-bye.
You ready to do something profoundly stupid?
Am I ready? Anytime.
It's time to tip the odds back in our favor.
Okay, it's game time.
Get in here! Oh, there you are!
This was it. It was almost over.
Did you see that, Zack? Clear as a crisp spring morning. I knew I could count on it. Never fails. Now then, let's get going.